We are back to the Highway of Tears again. Hello, true crimerers. This is the missing or murdered Indigenous woman case of Alishia Germaine. Viewer discretion is advised. Alishia Germaine was born on December 3rd, 1979, and she grew up in Prince George, which is in British Columbia, Canada. She was a member of the First Nations in Prince George. She was described as a really affectionate, caring person. She loved music, loved to sing. She could act. And she did also have a bit of a rough childhood. When her parents had separated or gotten divorced, she began to act out. She was just a really sensitive young girl. But deep down, everyone still saw that kind of soft, gentle, inside. But, she's also incredibly independent, which made her very tough. And eventually, she did become involved in drugs, which then led to her basically living on the streets, or if not in youth centers. Her family was desperately trying to get her somewhere, safe, but it just wasn't working. But it was not a lack of trying from her mom. But by 1994, Alishia is now trying to kind of get back on the upswing, try to get her life back together, and was going to be moving in an upward and positive direction. But then this happened. It was December 9th, 1994. The Native Friendship Center was having their annual Christmas gathering. This was like a festival they had for all the foster kids, the street kids, where they would feed them. There would be fun little activities. And Alishia was there, along with 150 to 200 other kids. After dinner was served and she had eaten, she was seen stepping away from the center. And she said to someone that she would only be gone a very short amount of time. Alishia never got back to the party. Alishia was never seen alive again. That same night, at approximately 11 p.m., there were a couple of kids who were walking past the then Haldie Road Elementary School, which was located just off of Highway 16, otherwise known as the Highway of Tears, where Indigenous woman after Indigenous woman, young girl, have gone missing from or were found murdered in. And this was no exception. The 15-year-old girl was found behind the elementary school, and she was deceased. Someone had stabbed her to death. 6 months prior to Alishia's murder, her friend, Roxanne Tiara, she had disappeared, also along the Highway of Tears. Her body was eventually found along Highway 16. Unfortunately, this road has become known as essentially the graveyard for missing or murdered Indigenous women and young girls. I know the RCMP had a special division that was dedicating its time to investigating these cases to see if maybe they were being done by one serial killer or if they were all unrelated. But 15-year-old Alishia was just another tick on the board. Her case has not been solved. The police have stated that they did find DNA at the crime scene that was not Roxanne's, and it was actually DNA belonging to a female. They have also stated that they believe they know possibly who did this to her. However, they have no evidence, and so therefore they cannot arrest this individual. But it sounds like that individual is separate from the female DNA found at the crime scene, so possibly two people were involved in this, if not more. A 15-year-old girl who was just out having fun, for Christmas, stabbed to death behind an elementary school along a highway. And there's really no other information about the case. I mean, that's basically it. Persons of interest, suspects have never been publicly named. Why exactly this happened is not really known, but that is also, unfortunately, the case with many of these Highway of Tears cases. Just victim after victim, and does anybody care? I do. I know a lot of you do as well. And even though there's not much information about, this case or these cases, their names deserve to be said out loud. Their images deserve to be shared. And all in hopes that one day, just one day, someone sees the right video, not just mine, anyone's video about any of these cases and goes, oh my God, I know something about that. There's a good chance you do know who did this to her. There's a good chance that person is watching this video. Someone somewhere out there knows the truth, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the murder of Alishia Germaine, please call 604-985-1311. You can also call the E-PANA tip line at 1-877-543-4822 or the CBC by email at mmiw@cbc.ca. If you know something, please say something and help Alishia get the justice she rightfully deserves. This is the last known image of a young man who vanished in Scotland. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Allan Bryant. Viewer discretion is advised. Allan, pictured here with his family, had 2 siblings, and the family lived in Glenrothes in Fife, Scotland. Allan is described as a really good person, a wonderful friend, an amazing brother, a caring and loving son. Allan was just someone who enjoyed life. He enjoyed having fun. And one night in 2013, he went out for a night of fun, but he never got home. On 3 November 2013, Allan and a few of his friends would go to another friend's engagement party. After that, he and his friends would go to the Styx nightclub, and the nightclub was less than a mile from where Allan lived. They got to the nightclub here on this street around midnight, and at 2:02 a.m. you can see Allan pictured here walking out of the nightclub. He is then captured just a few seconds later climbing up the couple of steps, and at one point it looks like he might have bumped into someone and he kind of like spun off to the side, but he recovered and then he walked away, and that's it. Nobody has seen Allan since. But we know that people can't just poof into thin air and literally vanish. He has got to be somewhere. But where? This is the shirt right here that Allan was wearing that night. I'm not sure if this photo was taken the night he disappeared or not, but he's in the same shirt. And they're really just pleading to the public. I mean, I know it's been almost 12 years now. They're pleading that if anyone saw him after this nightclub, maybe he was walking down the road alone, whatever the case may be, they're really hoping someone's memory could be jogged and they could call in and give them a tip. Allan, pictured here with his father, was just less than a mile from his house. He knew the walk. He's done it before. What happened along that walk? Was he with anyone? Well, no one's come forward to state that. And his family, now again, 12 years later, have their car decked out with missing persons information. And they are out there still, to this day, searching for their loved one. His mom and his dad and his siblings, would basically say that we know he's no longer alive. There is obviously going to be that hope that maybe he is out there somewhere. Maybe he decided to pick up and leave and, start a new life. You as the family and friends and everyone, you have to have that hope. But they do in the end believe that he is gone. But gone how? Police have stated that they don't really have any evidence of foul play. There's no evidence that violence had taken place, no fights that night at the bar. Nobody was observed walking towards his direction after he walked away. It's a mystery as to what happened to him. I don't know the terrain. I don't know what was, in that mile walk. I'm not sure what is there. Is there a lot of heavily wooded areas? I'm not sure. Were there places where he could have stumbled and fallen somewhere, hurt himself, and then no one ever found him? I don't know. Obviously I'm way out here in Arizona in the United States, so maybe if someone in the area knows this area well, maybe you can state whether or not there are places where he could have accidentally fallen somewhere. But what I do know, though, is that they have very thoroughly searched that entire area. They have gone to that nightclub. They have made the walk that he would have likely taken. They have searched and searched and searched for over a decade, and still not a single trace of him. Did he get lost and turned around and went the complete opposite direction? It's possible, but they've searched that. Typically, you're going to eventually find someone if they accidentally fall and hurt themselves or something. And so it just really kind of begs the question, what happened? Well, someone somewhere out there might know if he met with foul play, which again, there is no speculation that he did. But maybe there are people in the area who have never heard the story before. And maybe they can go searching, more eyes on it. If you think you can help or you know the whereabouts of Allan Bryant, please contact the Charity Crime Stoppers, and you can do so anonymously. This is obviously a Scotland number at 0800-555-111, or call or text the charity missing people on 116000. If you know anything about where he is, please come forward.
As Native Americans, we're forgotten. They were forgotten.
What do you mean by that?
They don't follow up with our issues. They don't follow up with our missing. If you're murdered here, missing, they do their search or whatever they need to do, and that's it. That's the end of it.
Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Arden Pepion. Viewer discretion is advised. Arden Pepion was born on September 5th, 2017. She was born to Arbana and Aaron Pepion, and they lived in Browning, Montana. And Arden and her family were members of the Blackfeet tribe. On April 22nd, 2021, Arden was out with her uncle, named Hahax VA. I am very sorry if I said the name wrong. And his girlfriend, Kimberly Higgins. The three of them were near the Two Medicine River, and I guess the uncle and the girlfriend were there just hanging out with Arden, and I guess they were practicing shooting. Now, at one point, the uncle went to reload his gun, and when he said he looked back up, Arden was just gone. So he and his girlfriend began searching the area when they noticed her, I guess, boot prints, because she was wearing these little boots, walking towards the direction of the river. But they couldn't find Arden anywhere. They searched for a long time, and it took them 5 to 6 hours to actually report her missing to authorities. So once police got involved, the family came out there, and everyone's starting to search. They do find her boot prints. Eventually, they find one of her boots near the actual river, but they've never found Arden. There are members on the Blackfeet Reservation who believe that police weren't doing their due diligence or weren't doing as much as they should, given that this is an indigenous little girl that's missing. So the family and people, the Blackfeet tribe, they began to search themselves. They are combing the river, they're combing the banks of the river, but they have never found her anywhere. No more of her belongings have been found. Arden was wearing a gray sweatshirt, and it had the word Glacier written across the front. And also black leggings with black boots, which one of them was found. The boot was found in the water itself. She has brown hair, brown eyes, and both of her ears are pierced. And she goes by the nickname Artie. Now, soon afterwards, the uncle and his girlfriend were both charged with connection to this case. This was due to very poor supervision and neglect. So the uncle was charged with child neglect and negligent endangerment. He pled guilty and got a 9-month suspended sentence and house arrest. The charges against the girlfriend were dropped. Sadly, about a year or so after Arden disappeared, her mother passed away of natural causes, I believe. If you have any information, please contact the Blackfeet tribal law enforcement. At first glance, this was a robbery that turned deadly. But was that truly the motive? Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Avis Banks. Viewer discretion is advised. Unfortunately, I don't really have a whole lot of information on Avis, but she was born on August 18th, 1979, and I believe she was one of 3 kids in her family. Her dad would describe her as a pretty quiet, reserved person. She was a 2001 graduate of the Alcorn State University, and at the time this case occurred, she was working at a daycare center. In college, she met Keon Pittman. The two of them began a relationship, which would eventually, at the time this case occurred, would lead to her becoming pregnant. It was going to be her first child, and she was really excited about it. But unfortunately, her child would never be born. Avis lived here in this house with her now fiancé, Keon Pittman, located in Ridgeland, Mississippi. On the night of November 29th, 2006, Keon Pittman pulls into the driveway, opens up the garage, and finds an incredibly bloody and disturbing scene. His fiancée and the mother to his future child, Avis Banks, was dead on the ground next to her car. It appeared she had been ambushed as she was trying to walk inside. Avis had been shot 4 times and stabbed numerous times. Once police arrived, they quickly determined the point of entry for Avis's killer. It was actually in a back door of the house. The glass on that door had a few shoe impressions, which they later determined were a men's size 8. The person actually tried to kick through the glass first, but did not succeed. But eventually they kicked in the door itself, unbelievably not breaking the glass. Inside the house, it looked like someone had rummaged through a few of the rooms, but nothing really appeared to be stolen. And so, of course, the first person that they accuse of this or suspect is Keon Pittman, because he is the fiancé, and typically it is that person. They tested his hand for gunshot residue, and they did find tiny traces of gunshot residue. He also had blood all over his clothes, and Keon also wore a men's size 8 shoe. And the blood on his clothes came from Avis. They brought Keon in for questioning, and he, to them, seemed really kind of flippant. At one point, he kind of laughed, and they overheard a conversation he had on his cell phone, basically more mad at the fact that he was being considered a suspect and not so mad at, the murder of Avis. but everyone reacts differently and responds differently to these types of things. He denied having anything to do with this. And eventually they determined that the blood found on his clothing that was Avis's, that just got onto his clothing through transfer because he entered the garage and saw his, dead fiance, and he was doing what he could to revive her. The gunshot residue was so minimal that that also was considered to be a transfer. But Keon was not faithful to Avis. In their investigation into him, they discovered that he was having an affair. So Keon worked here at this middle school in Mississippi, and they discovered that he was having an affair with another teacher there named Carla Hughes. So Carla Hughes is brought in for questioning. She says, I'm not having an affair with Keon. There's nothing going on. We're just friends. That we maybe kissed one time or something. Okay? And she also denied ever owning a gun. But her own family would later come forward to police. I think it was her cousin, because the cousin was concerned. So through an attorney, the cousin reached out to the police and said, I lent a gun, a .38 caliber, to my cousin, Carla Hughes, and then when she returned the gun, it had no more bullets in it. They checked the cell phone information and determined that Carla Hughes' cell phone was pinging in a location right next to the house where Avis and Keon lived. When they retrieved the gun from the cousin, they tested it with the bullets found at the crime scene, and it was a match. It was the gun that killed Avis Banks. The men's size 8 shoe impression they found on the back door could also have been a woman's size 10. And in fact, Carla Hughes wore a size 10. And she owned a lot of shoes. But eventually they found a pair in her closet that was an exact match to the shoe impressions at the crime scene. They even found a couple tiny specks of blood that came back to matching Avis Banks. Carla Hughes was then arrested and charged with the murder of Avis Banks and also the murder of her unborn child. Keon Pittman denied having anything to do with the murder. One neighbor said it was really strange that night because when he pulled up into the house, he opened the garage. The neighbor said that was really strange because Keon never did that. He always parked in the driveway and then walked in through the front door. And so police thought he had knowledge of the murder. But later they would determine that what likely happened was that Carla called him and did not say directly that she did something, but hinted or implied something bad had happened. And that's why he entered through the garage door that night. There was no evidence whatsoever to show that he had anything to do with this. Carla Hughes goes on trial in October of 2009. The motive was that she wanted Keon Pittman all to herself, and Keon was about to get married to Avis and also become a father to their baby, so she decided to take out the competition. After 8 hours of deliberation, the jury came back with a verdict of guilty. While she could have faced the death penalty for these charges, she would eventually be sentenced to 2 life terms without the possibility of parole. And so thankfully, Avis and her unborn child got the justice they both very rightfully deserved. This family was last seen in 2022, but have never been seen since. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of the Bernstein family. Viewer discretion is advised. Pictured here in the middle is 33-year-old mother Abigail Bernstein. Pictured here with her 2 sons, 11-year-old Kowakai Bernstein and 8-year-old Kush Bernstein. So this case originates on the island of Oahu, specifically in Honolulu. Abigail had allegedly met a man online and they planned to take a year-long trip, a boat trip. In October of 2022, Abigail and her 2 children were last seen here at the Alawai Boat Harbor in Honolulu, Hawaii. The identity of the man that she met and was going on this trip with, I don't think has been made public. I can't, even the FBI, website doesn't have any information on him. But what the FBI has stated is that the boat returned in 2023. I'm assuming that means with the man, but again, I'm not 100% sure. What is sure, however, is that Abigail and her 2 sons were not on that boat. This entire family has not been seen since they left that boat dock in 2022. Once they were reported missing, the FBI becomes involved, and the FBI would find out that Abigail and her 2 kids were living a very nomadic lifestyle. They completely cut off, or Abigail did, cut off all communications with her family. So it was literally just her and the 2 kids. Her 2 sons were not enrolled in school at the time of their disappearance. Neither of the 2 kids, or Abigail especially, had a cell phone. They cut off their cell phone before they left. And again, I have to assume that this man they went with was questioned and talked to. I don't know what, if they did, I don't know what he said. It's very strange because the FBI is saying that they don't have any evidence of foul play. However, they cannot rule foul play out. They just don't have proof of it. And most importantly, they don't have this entire family. Where did they go? Some believe that they, could have just started a new life somewhere on another island. Abigail had connections not only to Oahu, but also on the Big Island. She also had connections to people in Naples, Florida, Petoskey, Michigan, and Lancaster, Pennsylvania. I can only assume that they have investigated those angles as well. The hope is that they are just living off the grid somewhere. And if it was just Abigail, they would probably not be pushing this as hard because, she's a 33-plus-year-old adult. But there are 2 children involved here, and there is concern for their well-being, not necessarily because of Abigail, just because nobody knows where they are or what they're doing, but somebody out there has to have seen them. And as badly as Abigail may not want to be found, people just need to know where these kids are at. Someone somewhere out there knows the truth, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the whereabouts of Abigail Bernstein or her 2 sons, please contact the Honolulu, Hawaii FBI office at 808-673-2719. This is Worst Deaths Imaginable number 53, and Jesus Christ. Trigger warning, if you have any issues with deep waters, you may want to avoid this one. Hello, true crimerers. This is the story of the Byford Dolphin incident. Viewer discretion is advised. The Byford Dolphin was a semi-submersible deep-sea driller, and it began its operation in 1974. Now, this deep-sea driller could reach depths of about 1,500 feet underwater. And by November 5th, 1983, it was located in the Norwegian sector of the North Sea. Now, around 4 a.m. on November 5th, 1983, 2 of the divers were in the saturation chamber, resting. Now, I gotta be honest with you, I don't completely understand how this all works, but 2 other divers were returning to the Byford, and they were in a transfer capsule. That capsule was then clamped onto the chamber here. And then typical procedure would have them climbing up the diving bell, but they first would have to seal that off to depressurize the chamber. And by the way, this is not them. Now, one of the divers was trying to close the hatch, but before he could do that, the other diver released the clamp that was securing the capsule to the trunk. And what happened was immediate and absolutely horrifying. So because of that one minor little slip, the capsule violently decompressed and it completely launched away from the trunk. And then the pressure that was already inside the chamber went from 9 atmospheres down to 1 in an instant. And this is where it gets gruesome. And this is also where we hope that this really was instant for them. So to kind of illustrate, someone showed this image. One of the divers, because of the depressurization, was forced through a 24-inch opening. So like this sliver here, the crab is sucked into it, and then it's gone in an instant. Goes right into this crack. And that is what happened to one of the divers. And he was exposed to forces of about 25 tons, and his body was eviscerated. His body parts were just blown all over the rig. His spine was found outside of the rig. His liver was dissected. Again, I know you guys are going to Google this. Yes, there is an image of his remains. It was far too easy to see. The other divers were boiled alive. They had lumps of white fat clogging their arteries and veins, which then led to their blood to flash boil. The autopsies again would suggest that these deaths were instant, and they were all ruled as accidental deaths. Jesus criminy. She told her mom she would be home later. That was nearly 6 years ago. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Chandice Cochran. Viewer discretion is advised. At the time this case occurs, Chandice Cochran is 33 years old and she is living at home with her mom. And they lived in Sutton, West Virginia. On the evening of August 20th, 2019, Chandice's mom got home from work and noticed that Chandice was not there. She did, however, see a note written by her. The note said, quote, "Mom, I took off for a little while. I'm in good hands, I promise. Be back shortly. Please don't worry. No need to. Call if you need me. Love you, Chan." Everything that Chandice owned was still there at the house. She brought nothing with her, with the exception of her cell phone and her purse. What was later determined was that Chandice had been picked up by this man here from her home. His name is Christopher Spies. And it sounds like their destination was going to Birch River, which they did make it, and they were actually going to a friend's house, a friend named Sam Kelly. According to Sam Kelly, the two of them did arrive at his home, and then later he had driven to, I guess, a local convenience store, and then as he was driving back towards his house around midnight, he says he saw Chandice and Christopher on foot walking away. And that's the last he ever saw of Chandice. And they were seen walking down Wyden Dilly Road. Sometime later, Chandice's purse was actually found. It was like a little change purse, and it was found in a wooded area. However, it yielded no clues or evidence or anything like that. Chandice was nowhere to be found. Her cell phone had been turned off the night she would have gone missing, and has not been turned on or used ever since. Witnesses would also later come forward to state that they saw both Christopher and Chandice walking together near the Birch River Fire Department, which was located on Wyden Dilly Road, or somewhere nearby it. Now, the following morning, Christopher Spies is picked up by a friend there on the Wyden Dilly Road. I am a little confused on one thing, though, because it doesn't really seem to be much information about this, but so it says initially that Christopher had picked Chandice up from her home, and then they went out to their friend Sam's house. I don't know why then they were then later seen walking away from the home, and I don't know if they did come in a vehicle, what happened to it. I'm a little unsure of that, just to be completely honest with you. And he was picked up walking on foot. So Chandice Cochran is reported missing by her mom, and they begin the search for her. They're also looking for Christopher Spies, because now at this point when she's reported missing, they can't find him. They don't know where he is. Christopher Spies is also a wanted criminal. And this is CCTV footage, I guess they found of him, I'm not exactly sure when, but he had outstanding warrants for failure to register as a sex offender from 2 different counties. And he did apparently own a dark blue Chrysler 300 with West Virginia license plates. But again, I don't know what the situation with his car was that night. So not only is this man wanted for failing to register as a sex offender, but now he's wanted for questioning about what happened to Chandice and where she might be. And eventually, they do finally capture him. And he is formally charged for charges that have nothing to do with this particular case. And he is denying having anything to do with whatever happened to Chandice. I believe they have also spoken to the friend Kelly that night. I just don't know how much detail he gave. There had been speculation that the two of them had gone to that area initially for some sort of drug purchase. Christopher was, heavily on meth and also taking Xanax with it. And it sounds like Chandice had gotten sort of mixed up in that. And that, unfortunately, she is around dangerous people because of, people like him. I don't know if she was specifically taking drugs herself, but what it just says is that, she was in that world because of him, which could have something to do with whatever may have happened to her. Unfortunately, that is the case a lot. Saw something they weren't supposed to see, heard something they weren't supposed to hear. But the fact of the matter is nobody knows what happened to Chandice. No one knows where she is. He certainly isn't talking. Chandice Cochran is a human being. She is a daughter. She is the friend to several people. And if something happened to her, everyone deserves to know what that is. And they want to be able to bring her home. Obviously, the ideal situation was bring her home safe, but this has been 6 years now, and again, her bank accounts haven't been touched. It doesn't sound like her social security number has ever been used. Her cell phone was turned off and never turned back on again. It really does sound like this is one of those endangered missing people cases. They had recently conducted searches of a property in the area where she was last seen. They brought in large teams to search this area and dig up certain locations. And from what I can tell, it sounds like they have collected items of interest. However, they had to process all of those pieces for evidence. This was actually just in 2024. So this happened fairly recently. So I don't think anything has come back yet to say whether or not this evidence is, moving the case forward or not. But this is still pretty fresh. Her family, her friends continue to put all their efforts into trying to find her or what happened to her. And they deserve to know, and they deserve to be able to bring her home. Someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the whereabouts of Chandice Cochran or what may have happened to her on that date in 2019, please call 304-765-2101. In the late morning hours of October 8th, 2014, inside the walls of this home, a grisly discovery was made. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of the Chen Family murders. Viewer discretion is advised. The Chen family lived here in this house in Guilderland, which is in Albany, New York. The family consisted of 39-year-old Jin Feng, his 38-year-old wife Hai Yan Li, and their two sons, 10-year-old Anthony and 7-year-old Eddie. Jin Feng worked at a local Chinese restaurant, but he failed to show up for work one day, and that was very much unlike him. So his co-worker would go to their house on the morning of October 8th, 2014. When he walks inside, there is a nightmare. There is blood everywhere. All 4 members of the family had been murdered, and it appeared they had all been bludgeoned to death. At an autopsy, they would show that a claw hammer was the likely tool used to bludgeon all 4 members of the family, but some of them also had wounds to indicate that they may have been stabbed or cut with a knife. From what I understand, nothing was really stolen from the home. Hai Yan Li wasn't sexually assaulted, and so the motive was immediately unknown. Who would come into this house and kill anyone, but let alone 2 very young children, and so viciously? Police believe the murders took place sometime between 3:30 a.m. and 6:30 a.m. on the morning they were eventually found. Police found out that the night prior, Jin Feng was hosting some kind of poker/gambling party, but friends of the family would say that's not something they did. They really only ever played cards for fun with people. Police then uncovered the fact that Jin Feng had owned a restaurant, but that restaurant closed like 2 years prior. And they don't know how he was making an income because his wife stayed at home. They don't know what they were doing for money and how they could afford this house. There were reports that Jin Feng was working with undocumented Chinese restaurant workers, and he was doing off-the-book type stuff with that, which involved a lot of cash, I guess. But they have had no luck finding suspects or enemies to this family. They don't know if this was related to this so-called gambling party. They don't know if this had to do with the undocumented Chinese restaurant workers. They looked into other Chinese families that had been murdered in other states to see if they can connect it, but they couldn't. The family was well liked in the neighborhood. They never had to call police to their house or anything. Nobody knows why this happened, and certainly nobody knows who did it. But somebody out there has to know. So if you have information about the murder of the Chen family, please call 518-783-3212. Help get them justice. Hello, true crimers! This is the case of the Chuck E. Cheese's massacre. And as always, viewer discretion is advised. This story takes place in 1993 in Aurora, Colorado. Wow, go figure. Before you young folk had Five Nights at Freddy's, well, we had walking, talking, living nightmares at Chuck E. Cheese. These animatronic monsters would sing songs to us. And they still do, because they're still around. At this particular Chuck E. Cheese in Aurora, there was a disgruntled employee by the name of Nathan Dunlap. He was fired from this location 5 months prior to this event. So on December 14th, 1993, he would enter the Chuck E. Cheese around 9 p.m. He ordered some food, he played some arcade games, and then about 10 minutes to close, he went inside of the restroom and hid. Chuck E. Cheese closed at 10 o'clock that evening, and about 10:05, he exited the bathroom. 19-year-old Sylvia Crowell was cleaning the salad bar when Nathan pulled out his gun and shot her close range through the right ear. This shot ended her life. 17-year-old Ben Grant was vacuuming up front when Nathan shot him near the left eye. This shot was also fatal. 17-year-old Colleen O'Connor, by this time she obviously heard all the commotion and then she begged for her life. According to a witness, she dropped to her knees and she cried and begged to not be shot. But Nathan didn't care. He shot her through the top of her head and she died. It was at this point where 20-year-old Bobby Stevens, I cannot find a picture of him back then, but this is him now, he walked back into the restaurant after taking a break. He heard the shots, but thought it was popping balloons, not an uncommon sound at Chuck E. Cheese's. Stevens walked into the kitchen, and then Nathan slid in behind him, and he shot Bobby through the jaw. Bobby would collapse to the ground, and he would play dead, successfully. 50-year-old store manager Marge Kohlberg was forced by Nathan to open the safe, which she did. After she did it, he shot her through the ear. He was taking money out of the safe, putting it into his bag, when he then noticed Marge was still moving, so he shot her again through the other ear, which then killed her. The person who actually fired Nathan wasn't even there. So all in all, he murdered 4 people and seriously wounded another. He got away with a whopping $1,500, and he also stole some Chuck E. Cheese's tokens. It didn't take much for police to piece this one together, and Nathan was arrested 12 hours later. He finally went on trial in 1996, where he was convicted of 4 counts of first-degree murder and burglary, robbery, and also attempted murder, and he was sentenced to death. In 2020, the death penalty in Colorado was repealed, and Nathan was commuted to life in prison without parole. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Claire Gravel. Viewer discretion is advised. Claire Gravel was born in Massachusetts on August 9th, 1966, and she lived in Massachusetts her entire life. And she was just shy of her 20th birthday when this all happened. She was a student at Salem State University. And on June 29th, 1986, she would go out with some friends to unwind. Claire and her friends had just played a game of softball, so they said, hey, let's go to a nearby pub. And they would end up going to Major Maglish's pub, which is located in the Salem, Massachusetts area. By all accounts, everyone had fun, and Claire would end up leaving sometime around 1, and her friend dropped Claire off at Claire's home sometime between 1:30 a.m. and 1:45 a.m., and that is the last confirmed sighting of Claire alive. And really nobody even had time to know that she was even missing, because that same day, much later in the morning, a couple of workmen noticed a body. And the body was found in a heavily wooded area on the northbound side of Route 128 in Beverly. The woman had been beaten, but her cause of death was strangulation. The body was soon identified as Claire Gravel. She had been brutally beaten, strangled, and murdered, and just thrown off the side of a road somewhere. I don't see anywhere that mentions if she was sexually assaulted or raped. There is no specific mention of that. It doesn't sound like anything was missing from her, and so the detectives who were investigating this case, didn't really know what the motive was. Like, what transpired after she was dropped off by her friend? Did the police investigate that friend, considering that they were probably the last person to see her? I don't see a lot of specific mentions on that, but I'm assuming they probably did. But unfortunately, Claire Gravel's case goes cold. Back in 1986, when this all happened, the technology wasn't there yet. DNA was literally just becoming like an investigative tool that was nowhere even close to being advanced to the point where we're at now. But thankfully, all of the physical evidence and the items and stuff related to this case were preserved well. Around 2012 or so, they were able to take all of the evidence, and on a tank top that she was wearing when she was found, they found a DNA profile that did not belong to her. And when they took that DNA profile, put it into the database, they got a hit. It led them to a then 63-year-old man named John Carey. Well, where was John right now? Well, prison. In 2008, John Carey was convicted of attempted murder, home invasion, and assault and battery. He did this against a woman that after he broke into her home, wrapped a cord around her neck, and dragged her through the kitchen. Thankfully, that woman's son was there and basically chased John out of the house with a knife. And he actually, I think, made contact with John at one point. Like, he hit him and almost stabbed him in the back, but John was able to get away. However, police were quickly led to him and he was arrested and then later convicted of the attempted murder. What connection he had to Claire Gravel, that information is not public. I don't know if they have established any connection. This could have just been a very random thing. And investigators have yet, even at this point, they did not discover a motive in this case. So they had started the DNA process around 2012 or so, but he's not actually formally indicted until about 2022 or so. Sometimes these things just take a lot of time. Based on court documents that I can see, on January 29th and February 26th of 2025, the court conducted an evidentiary hearing on the defendant's motion to suppress evidence derived from being warrantless, I guess. And that appears to be the most recent thing. So he has not yet gone to actual trial for the murder of Claire Gravel, but that is coming, unless he pleads guilty. But the DNA has matched, and hopefully very, very soon, Claire Gravel and her family will get the justice they all very rightfully deserve. This is Worst Freak Accidents number 37, and from now on, when I think of freak accidents, I'm thinking of this one. Viewer discretion is advised. On August 25th, 2010, an L-410 passenger aircraft would be on approach to land. It was approaching the Bandundu airport in the Congo. Including the pilot and crew, there were 21 people on board. As the plane begins its descent, something insane happens. From one of the passengers' large bags, a fucking crocodile comes out. An actual, living, moving crocodile. It was smuggled on board. This is not a large aircraft. The passengers were like up close and personal with this thing. Naturally, they all become very reactive. They begin screaming. They begin to try to run from the thing, but they have nowhere to go. The crew panicked. Everyone was panicking. As the crew began to rush towards the cockpit to alert the pilot, all of the passengers do as well. The later investigation would uncover that the plane's center of gravity, it shifted, like a major shift. And believe it or not, this caused the plane to go completely out of control. Again, not a large plane. The plane is now just hurling towards the runway, and it does not land safely. It crashes. 20 of the 21 people aboard the plane that day, including the captain, died on impact. Amazingly, there was one survivor, and that survivor is the one who told the investigators exactly what happened. The crocodile, believe it or not, survived. The crocodile would actually be killed once it was discovered. They killed it with a machete. And I know people are going to say, oh my god, why do you care so much about the animal? Because this crocodile did not ask to be smuggled onto a plane. The crocodile didn't know what it was doing. It obviously did not intentionally cause the plane to crash. It's a crocodile. I feel awful for the 20 people that lost their lives that day. I mean, that is a terrifying way to go. But Christ, the animal survived. I'm sorry, but this is a situation where there was absolutely no reason to kill the animal. But again, this is like something from a movie, snakes on a plane, you know? This is like the epitome, to me personally, of like what a freak accident really truly is. Absolutely terrifying. You can't see it occurring, but a man in this video was just crushed to death on his first day at the job. Hello, true crimerers. This is another craziest deaths imaginable. Viewer discretion is advised. This is a photo of 20-year-old Day Davis just hours before his first shift at his very first job. He got a job as a temp at the Bacardi factory. August 16th, 2012 was his very first day. That is him right there pictured just moments before the incident. So all of this here is essentially a palletizer. And this is used to palletize just thousands and thousands of bottles of Bacardi. Now, typically what happens is sometimes the Bacardi bottles fall, underneath the machine and they break, they leak, they spill. And so sometimes people have to go underneath the machine, the palletizing machine, and clean up all of the bottles. Well, they gave this job to the temp, Day Davis, on that particular afternoon. So this is video of the actual day in question. You can see that Day in the orange is being asked initially to go down underneath the machine to clean. The workers there telling him what to do. So in the corner, you see Day Davis entering underneath the machine, and then he would crawl underneath it to clean the glass. He comes back up and asks a question. This guy here says, go get another pair of gloves, to help you clean, and then he sent him back underneath the machine. And then the two workers there, they are seen basically kind of cleaning off the little, the grids, the rollers that the bottles will go on. And then they start the machine, not realizing or remembering that Day Davis was literally underneath it at the time. Within seconds, they hear blood-curdling screams because Day Davis had just been crushed by a pallet of Bacardi. 2,000 pounds worth on one pallet had fallen on top of him, basically. Again, it was his first day on the job. This guy is trying to get a bar to lift the pallet, but it doesn't work. So Davis was underneath, I guess, the hoist portion of this palletizer. They were not utilizing the lockout tag procedure. Because do they ever? It should have been utilized while there was someone underneath the machine. That way there isn't an accidental start of the machine that would put someone at risk. Well, they said, man, fuck it. So the bottles are coming out over here. They're going onto this pallet and they're stacking on top of each other. And then it goes over where Day Davis was working. And this is a very tiny space. And I'm not exactly sure what 100% happened, but the pallet crushed him. And this is thousands of pounds worth of pressure. He stood no chance. He was pronounced dead at the scene. Bacardi would end up paying a very hefty fine. It doesn't look like anyone was charged, though. Just a very unfortunate accident, I guess. Hello, true crimers! I wanted to tell you a quick little dumb criminal story. Just real quick, no viewer discretion is advised on this one. So the other day at Disney World, in, you guessed it, Florida, there was a woman who, I guess on the Living with the Land attraction, I've never heard of it, I've never been at Disney World, but I guess you're on a boat and you go through looking at agriculture and something about that, like how new technology is, helping in the agricultural world. Well, I guess she saw a cucumber she really just had to get. So she jumps off the boat and steals a fucking cucumber. What? Why is it always Florida and it's always cucumbers? She then tried jumping back on the boat, but her ass fell backwards and she landed in the water. Another person had to help her back in. I don't know if she got in trouble or not, but I imagine she at least got kicked out of the park. A cucumber is like 12 cents. Go buy one, you lunatic. A man walks into a bar with hatred in his heart and he attempts a massacre. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Danny Overstreet. Viewer discretion is advised. Danny Lee Overstreet, he was born on February 14th, 1957, and he was born in Bedford, Virginia. Danny was a gay man. He was a hairdresser. Danny was described as joyful, had an infectious laugh, and he did impressions, and one of his best was an impression of Phyllis Diller. He was described as lovable and nothing short of a sweetheart. His friends said that even if a stranger walked up and said, hey, I needed help moving some stuff, Danny would get his pickup truck and go help that stranger in a heartbeat. He was a wonderful man, but his life ended when he was 43 years old. It was September 22nd, 2000. Police arrive at the Backstreet Cafe at 11:51 p.m. The Backstreet Cafe was a popular gay hangout spot, and it was located in Roanoke, Virginia. Police arrived because there were multiple calls of shots fired. Sometime around 11:40-ish p.m., an older gentleman walked into the cafe, walked up to the bar, and ordered a drink. That man then walks towards the entrance, and with his back to everyone in the bar, reaches behind and pulls out a 9mm. He then turns around and he fires 8 shots. 7 people total are hit with bullets. Everyone was running for cover, they were ducking, they were hiding. Suddenly there was blood everywhere. One man was shot in his stomach and he survived. One woman had her fingers shot off. The man just turns around and calmly walks out. When police arrive, 6 of the 7 people are still alive and they would all end up surviving. However, 43-year-old Danny Overstreet was deceased. Police went on the immediate hunt for his killer. Yep, that fits the bill. 10 minutes after they arrive on scene, they find an older gentleman on his own. He's away from the bar. He said to them, I just came from that F-slur bar, and I blew him away. About 30 minutes prior to the shooting, he was at a different location where he told an employee there, I want to go waste some F-slurs. And then he even showed the person his gun, but the person didn't do anything, thinking that he was joking. Police arrest this man. Do you know what his name is? I shit you not. Ronald Gay. Oof. He hated gay people. He had a lot of resentment for his own last name. He had been ridiculed his whole life about his last name, but it's not known if that's why he hated gay people or not. But he did. He hated them. He pled guilty to first-degree murder, and he got life in prison without parole. He died in prison in January of 2022. A young couple found murdered in the woods, and they are still wondering who did it. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Donna Hall and Michael Margaret. Viewer discretion is advised. Donna and Michael, even though they had gone to separate high schools, they were high school sweethearts, and they lived in Henrico, Virginia. Donna was considered vivacious, she was kind, she was caring, and she had a lovely smile. Michael loved being active, he loved being outdoors, he liked to go hunting and fishing. And by all accounts, everyone said this was just such a good couple that you could absolutely see them getting married down the road and having a family. But if that were to be a possibility, it was all taken away from them. On August 21st, 1984, in this wooded area in Henrico off Patterson Road, a Jeep was discovered and the passenger side door was open. When they walked farther into the woods, they found two people, both dead. Both individuals had been stabbed and their throats had been cut. The detectives would later describe this absolutely as overkill. Eventually, they would determine that these were the bodies of 21-year-old Michael Margaret and 18-year-old Donna Hall. Based on their decomposition, it appeared they had been dead for at least 3 or 4 days. And police would confirm this when they discovered the last time anyone saw them was on the night of August 17th, 1984. They had been at some very small, intimate house gathering with friends. They left that house around 11:45 p.m., and it was just the two of them that left. The friends at the party have always been extremely cooperative with police. But after leaving, police do not know where the couple had gone to. Some details about the crime scene: the keys were in the ignition, but the car was off. Donna's shoes were not found at the crime scene, so they don't know if they were stolen or if maybe she took her shoes off at a different location. But police can confirm that the two of them were killed here where they were found. Donna was actually clutching pine needles. That's how they know they were killed there. Another piece of evidence they found was a pack of cigarettes, but it doesn't sound like they know if it belongs to the two of them or maybe their killer. It had rained very heavily in the nights between when they were last seen and when they were found, so a lot of evidence that could have been maybe collected was washed away. The coroner determined that the couple was killed sometime between 1 and 2 o'clock in the morning on that August 18th morning. According to their toxicology reports, both of them had high levels of Demerol in their system. They don't know if they took that willingly or if it was slipped to them. Maybe it could have been used to subdue them. Police do believe that this is likely drug-related, maybe a sale gone wrong, or maybe someone owed money. If you have information, please call 804-501-5276. Imagine being trapped in an elevator, and then imagine that elevator filling up with water. Hello, true crimerers. This is another Worst Deaths Imaginable. Viewer discretion is advised. This story occurred in 2020 to this couple here while they were in Tel Aviv. In January of 2020, there was some very, very heavy rains which caused a lot of flooding in the area, including the underground parking lot of this building here. The couple entered the elevator. I'm not sure if they were going up or down or what the case may have been, but the flooding, it's believed, caused these power outages in this building and other buildings nearby. And the power outage occurred while they were in the elevator, which is already a nightmare scenario for a lot of us, including me. But for them, the horror got much worse. This is an actual image of the elevator in question. The floodwaters poured into the building, which then would fill up the elevator that they were trapped in. I don't know if they were trying to get out or what the case may be. No one really knows. But then the water began to fill up the basement parking garage area. Being stuck in an elevator is it's terrifying on its own. But then you have the added element of that elevator filling up with water. That's a nightmare, a literal nightmare. It took quite some time because rescue crews had to then put on scuba gear to enter the now completely flooded basement level and to get to the elevator. They had to cut it open from the top of the elevator because getting in from the actual door itself was going to be impossible. They pulled the couple from the elevator. It sounds like they were both at that time lifeless, but they were rushed to the nearby hospital where they would be pronounced deceased. They had been suffering from extreme hypothermia, and they both had also drowned. Drowning isn't a quick process. It's probably a terrifying and excruciating thing to happen. And unfortunately, this couple had to experience that. I do know they held an investigation to see if there was anything wrong with the elevator or the building. However, the investigation would find no criminal negligence for anyone involved with the building itself. This was just a truly horrific and terrifying tragedy. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Ernest Russell Douglas. Viewer discretion is advised. Ernest Douglas was born on March 11th, 1936, and he is pictured here with his wife, and they had 4 children together. Ernest was a full-time farmer, but he also wanted to do extra work on the side just to be able to support, his family. And so he had a part-time job at a gas station there in Dothan, Alabama. It was at this location, which has obviously since changed. And this is where he was working on the night of September 26th, 1981. That night, police respond to a 911 call of a potential robbery and shots fired. When police arrived, they found the store clerk, Ernest Douglas, on the floor, and there was blood pooling out of him. However, he was still alive at that point. This was in 1981, so there were no cameras in the store, and it happened at a time of night when there really wasn't anyone else around. Unfortunately, a couple of weeks later, on October 8th, 1981, Ernest dies from his gunshot wounds. And it sounds like he was never actually able to communicate with anyone about, who did this. Basically, what police know is that someone had shot through a window first and then assaulted Ernest. The store was robbed by whoever did this. But the killer made a very crucial mistake. There was actually a pair of pantyhose left behind, and it's believed that the killer was wearing that over his face. And in them, they also found a couple strands of hair. However, the DNA technology wasn't actually a thing in 1981, but thankfully they kept and stored all of that evidence securely, and it never got contaminated. Fast forwarding now all the way to 2010. Police reopen his case, and they take all of the evidence they had, and they reprocess everything to see if they can find DNA on it, and they were in luck. The hairs found with the pair of pantyhose left behind created a profile. They then submitted that DNA profile into their database, and CODIS got a hit. This man here, Nathaniel Dennis. Once they had that information, they go to Nathaniel Dennis, who's actually already in prison serving time for an attempted murder. They then collected his DNA physically from him just to confirm that the DNA found at the crime scene was his. And once again, it was a match. Now, Nathaniel Dennis is at that point serving a 600-plus year sentence for that attempted murder and robbery, which that's wild. 634 years for an attempted murder and robbery. But at any rate, he is now indicted and charged with the capital murder of Ernest Douglas. He goes on trial and he is found guilty of the murder, and he is sentenced to life in prison without parole. And so, Ernest here got his justice decades later. But that was, for a moment, taken away, because the Supreme Court in Alabama actually overturned the conviction altogether, stating that Nathaniel Dennis did not get the speedy trial he should have gotten. That's because the prosecution had he was in prison or in jail for a long time waiting this trial. It took 9 years for him to actually go to trial. And so when his conviction was overturned momentarily, the prosecution also advised the courts that Nathaniel Dennis's own defense attorneys also caused the delay. And so once this goes to a lower court, it is now reversed again. Nathaniel Dennis is back to his life in prison without parole. Even if, for some reason, it got overturned, he was never getting out of prison anyway. Unless he has a way of surviving for 630 plus years, but I don't think he does. And so thankfully, Ernest got his justice. His body was found on an uninhabited island in Alaska, and 3 decades later, they finally found out who he was. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of the Fire Island John Doe. Viewer discretion is advised. I believe this is Fire Island, which is located off the shores of Anchorage, Alaska. It is an uninhabited island, but obviously they got stuff going on there still. Well, way back on July 24th, 1989, a body of a man was found lying on the beach. The body was badly decomposed. And they would end up coming up with 2 clay renderings of the man, one with facial hair, one without. I swear, these things are just always so frightening because they're never... It's like that whole uncanny valley thing, right? Anyway, the coroner stated that this was a white male between the ages of 35 to 50. And I don't think they've ever announced exactly how he was killed, but they have said that this is definitely a homicide investigation. And, certainly foul play was involved here. But who was he? How did he get to the island, and how did he end up that way? He would end up getting a John Doe grave, and for years, they just never had any luck identifying him. When he was found in 1989, DNA technology was obviously nowhere near where it is today, and so sadly, his case just sort of sat there, idling out for decades. They had no tips, they had no leads, they had nowhere to look, they didn't even know where to start, and that makes it very difficult. Fast forwarding to 2003, they actually had collected some hair samples from the man before he was buried, and they wanted to see if they can get any kind of DNA from those hair samples. And so what they were able to do with that DNA profile from the hair and some tissue samples was they created a profile using mitochondrial DNA, which is the DNA from the mother's side. They loaded that profile into their database, but there were no matches. And then it goes dormant again. Finally, in 2021, they were able to find out who exactly was the Fire Island John Doe. So they were able to extract DNA from a bone sample that they kept when they buried him. They sent it to Othram Labs, which I'm sure you've heard of before. They were able to build up a DNA profile, and then using genetic genealogy, forensic genealogy, they were able to link him to the family of this man here. His name was Michael Allison Beavers. Michael was reported missing by his family in 1980. So he was first reported missing by his wife in January of 1980. She had last seen him, however, towards the end of November of 1979. And if you're wondering, well, how come it took her so long? It's because Michael was supposed to be on a very long business trip. In 1979, he left his home in Chugiak, Alaska, and got into his car and was going to drive to Seattle, Washington for this business trip. Michael owned an excavation business, and so he would be traveling a lot. So it wasn't unusual for him to be gone for a few weeks at a time or even a month or so. And where his remains were found was only 29 miles north of where he actually lived. So he never got to Seattle. He never even got out of Alaska. Or maybe he did, but because this is the strange part. He's reported missing in 1980. His body is found in 1989. It doesn't sound like he was found as skeletal remains because they made a point to say that he was badly decomposed. They were able to determine he was a white male. So I don't know if they've misreported this because that's a 9-year gap. And the official said that it appears his remains had been there on that beach for about a year or so, but they could not determine his exact date of death. I mean, technically, he's last seen alive in 1979. So I'm just confused as to, is it just a wording thing? I'm not sure. And I also wonder, like, you know, he was reported missing in 1980. He's found in 1989, all within the same area, 29 miles away from where he lived. How is it never pieced together? That's another thing I'm wondering. I mean, surely they put these like clay images on the news, put them in the newspapers, and to see if anyone recognized him. It's a confusing story. I don't totally get it. At any rate, he has finally been identified after decades. His loved ones finally know where he was the entire time. But there is still that one big lingering question. What happened to him? And within that, who killed him? Who put him on that island? No one lived there, so why was he even on there? Well, somebody somewhere out there has got to know the truth, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the murder of Michael Beavers, please call 907-375-7728 or 907-269-5611. This is Worst Deaths Imaginable number 69, and fucking Christ, I saw the video of it happening, and I'm like legit sick to my stomach. So, viewer discretion is advised. This was 30-year-old Sam Waisbren. He and his family were originally from Milwaukee, but he had recently, by 2019 at least, moved to New York City. He worked in software sales, and he was just a joy to be around, according to his friends and family. Sam was just a regular guy, a good person, and in an instant, all of that was gone. I do want to warn you that this is a death caused by an elevator, so if anyone has issues with that, just letting you know. In August of 2019, Sam would be inside the Manhattan Promenade, and this was on 3rd Avenue near East 25th Street. At approximately 8:15 a.m. on that August 2019 day, Sam was on an elevator. I can't show him, but he was right here in this elevator. The elevator stopped. Everyone who was on there got off. Sam was one of the last ones. When, for some reason, the door didn't close, but the elevator started to go down. All of this happened as Sam was trying to walk out of the elevator. When this happens, you can see him grabbing the edge, the wall of the elevator on the outside. But then one of the most horrific images I think I've ever seen in my life, Sam would get pulled in, sucked in, This would be between the elevator and the inner wall of the building, where there is virtually no gap, a very small gap at the least. You see him completely fold in half. I mean, his legs and his head they're just... And then he just gets dragged down the wall in the elevator. Now, you don't see any blood in the video, but this was just one of the most horrific things I've ever seen. I can't imagine what Sam was thinking in that split moment. I guess a report would show that the door zone restrictor thing, I guess it was tampered with. And apparently the building just didn't really repair it. At any rate, Sam was crushed to death. His chest had been completely compacted to the point where he instantly couldn't breathe. And the only thing I could think of when I saw that footage was, dear God, I hope it was instant. I know his family filed a wrongful death lawsuit and has sued the building, but I can't find the outcome of that. And that's actually pretty common, that we don't ever get to know, because usually it's private. Man, what a horrible way to go. This is the last known image of an Indigenous man in Canada. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Frank Gruben. Viewer discretion is advised. Frank Gruben is originally from the Aklavik area in Northwest Territories, the Northwest Territories here up in Canada. He was, I believe, a member of the Gwich'in First Nation, and at the time this case occurs, he is 30 years old. Frank Gruben is also a member of the LGBTQ plus community. He was a brother, and he loved his siblings. In particular, he absolutely adored his little sister. Frank is described as an incredibly outgoing guy, very friendly, very personable, had a lot of friends. He loved to cook, he loved sharing recipes, described as a really encouraging type of person, someone who would give you that kind of positive nudge. Frank would then move to the Fort Smith area of Northwest Territories, and he did so for school. May 1st, 2023, Frank stays over at his friend Ann Jackson's house. On the morning of May 2nd, 2023, Ann Jackson drops him off downtown. May 3rd, 2023, another one of his friends, Virginia, texts him and says, hey, do you want to come over and watch the hockey game? I don't know if he actually went to the friend's house or not, because the next thing in the timeline is May 4th, 2023, which would have been his 30th birthday. People were trying to message Frank on Facebook Messenger, but he did not respond to any of them, including his family. On May 6, 2023, according to some other friends of Frank and these friends had been walking along, I guess, Field Street, and that was also near the McDougal Road. Then after he walks off a frame, Frank has never been seen again. And so this is the footage that the RCMP released of his last known sighting. So this was taken from CCTV at an elementary school, and you can see in that corner there are at least two people who are walking down this road. This is the image, by the way. How they know for sure it's him, I don't know. It doesn't sound like they can truly confirm that that's him with someone else walking down the road, but this is based off of what witnesses said they saw Frank. At one point, you see some kind of like maybe an animal, like a dog or something, kind of run past them. The people seem to stop for a moment and then continue walking. But again, it's so far away that you obviously you can't make anything out. You can't really see anything truly. You can't hear anything. But they're saying it's Frank, and then that's it. And then he just poofed into thin air. He's gone. So at 8:30 p.m. that night, the night the footage was taken, 5 different witnesses confirmed that Frank Gruben was alive and well, and they saw him in the company of his 3 friends. But by 8:45 p.m., those 3 friends are seen again, and Frank is not with them. The friends' names are Matthew, Laura, and Jaylyn. This is a photo of Frank's mom holding up his missing persons flyer. But at 10:08 p.m. on May 8th, 2023, Frank's friends report him officially as missing to the RCMP. At 11:19 p.m. that same night, Frank's mother receives a text message from a number that she does not recognize. The person claims that they are Frank and that he needs to be picked up because he cannot miss his next court dates with regards to a sexual assault charge. His mom, his friends, his family all states they have no idea what that person is talking about. The RCMP would then later confirm that there was no charges against Frank Gruben whatsoever. He had not been arrested, he had not been charged with anything, he had not been accused of anything, and so no one really knows what that is about. It doesn't sound like the RCMP has been able to track down whoever that number belonged to. But it wasn't Frank, because Frank did not have a working cell phone. His cell phone had broken like months prior. And so communication was, while it was hard for him to do, he still managed to communicate to people. Typically it sounds like through Facebook Messenger, but he did not have a phone to which they can just like ping it and say, all right, this is where it was last seen. So that's not a possibility, unfortunately. And whoever the hell that person was who sent that random text to his mom, they don't know. His friends and family have also stated that they believe that the RCMP has not really taken this case seriously, especially at first. They had a lot of criticisms towards the RCMP, understandably. It's even gone up the ranks politically, where, people have stated that if Frank was, a straight white person, would there be more effort to find him? But because he is a gay Indigenous person, we know the story over and over again. It wasn't even the RCMP who actually did the physical search for him. It was the Salt River First Nation in that area that really conducted and owned this search for him, while one, maybe two RCMP people would go door to door questioning people. The local news out there said that the RCMP said through email that his case is still open and active and they have exhausted all leads. They even stated that through an investigation, they are saying there is bias-free policing. And they're really just not communicating well with Frank's family. It's now 2 years later, almost exactly. And there's still no update. They're still nowhere near close to finding him, finding out what happened to him. It doesn't even sound like they want to use the term foul play. But his mom and his family are like, how can it not be foul play? If no one has seen him, if no one has heard from him, because again, without a cell phone, he would still find ways to communicate with people. But there's been no sightings. There's been no contact. There's been nothing. He was at a point where he was really kind of struggling to find a place to live, but he always had a roof over his head through his friends. Frank was incredibly happy. He was his normal self just before all this happened. And so it just doesn't make sense that Frank would just pick up and leave. Is it impossible? No, of course not. Sure, he could have picked up and just left on his own without telling anyone. It has happened. But this is like one of those stories of situations where that just does not make any sense. And so someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about what happened to Frank Gruben. Perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the whereabouts of Frank Gruben or what may have happened to him, please contact the Fort Smith Detachment in the Northwest Territories at 867-872-1111. You can also contact Crime Stoppers at 1-800-222-8477. You can remain anonymous. Please help Frank and his family, his mom, his siblings. Please help them bring him home. Hopefully alive and well. And if not, help them also get the justice they rightfully deserve. She put out this tweet, and just a few days later, she would be dead. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Hannah Truelove. Viewer discretion is advised. Hannah Truelove was born on May 18th, 1996, and her family lived in Gainesville, Georgia. She attended Gainesville High School, where she was known as a very popular kid. She had a lot of friends, and all her classmates described her as just a really happy, nice young woman. Hannah enjoyed music. She enjoyed gymnastics. She actually had a dream of wanting to become a veterinarian. For the most part, Hannah was just described as a well-behaved kid, outside of the normal teenage girl stuff. And then one day, someone just suddenly took her out of the world. It was August 23rd, 2012. Hannah would go to school that day. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. She was just her normal self. After school, she heads back to the apartment she shared with her mother, the Lake Lanier Apartments. Her parents had actually been divorced since she was about 7 years old, and so she lived primarily with her mom. So Hannah was seen hanging out with some of her friends who also lived in that area, in this little common area in the apartment complex. But then her friends would go inside, and Hannah was supposed to be heading back into her apartment as well, but she never got there. By 9:30 p.m., when her mom noticed that Hannah was not there and she called around asking friends and whatnot, she became incredibly worried and she actually called police to report her daughter missing. The search would not last very long. This is a detective who is working on her case, and he's standing in this very secluded area just outside of the apartments Hannah lived in. Well, a neighbor had been walking around this area when he thought he saw a mannequin on the ground. But when he got closer, he realized this was an actual human body, and that of a young girl. So he immediately runs and calls police. At that point, because there was some heavy rainfall the night prior, so Hannah was found lying face down in what was at that point a small creek. The body was confirmed to be that of Hannah Truelove. She had been stabbed numerous times. And unfortunately, because she was lying in about 2 to 3 inches of water and it had rained a lot that night, most of the evidence has washed away. Any hope of any kind of trace evidence like additional DNA, hair, that kind of thing is gone. When police questioned her friends, they basically told them of a couple tweets that she had put out, Hannah. On August 12th, 2012, just a week and a half or so prior to her murder, she put out this message: "I got me an ugly-ass stalker." Who that is, though, it doesn't sound like anybody knows. A few days before her murder, she sent out this: "So scared right now." But again, nobody really knows what she meant by this. Police eventually came to the conclusion that these tweets were probably just that of a teenage girl being dramatic, but they don't know that for sure. Did she have a stalker? Did she know she had a stalker or think she had one? Now, police had talked to a few witnesses who said they saw Hannah, and she had been seen sitting on these little wooden steps just outside the apartment complex that would lead down to where she was eventually found. It doesn't sound like anyone saw Hannah with anyone, but police do believe that Hannah was likely led down to where she was eventually found by at least one person, if not two. They don't know if she was led down there willingly or unwillingly. It is thought, though, that she probably knew who did this to her and trusted them. As a matter of fact, police have stated that they feel like they have a pretty good idea of who likely did this to her, and it was a male acquaintance of hers. They just do not have any evidence to prove that case. Was this the stalker? I don't know. In recent years, police there in Georgia had done some press conferences asking for the public's help, in particular, maybe the people who could have also been there when she was attacked but did not participate in the actual murder. They think someone other than the killer was there. And so they're kind of calling out to that person. If it's you, we need to know. Unfortunately, though, they have not gotten any closer to finding out who did this to her. But somebody somewhere out there has got to know the truth. And perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the murder of Hannah Truelove, please call 770-531-6885 or 1-800-222-TIPS. You can remain anonymous. So if you can help, please help get Hannah the justice she rightfully deserves. This is an absolutely horrific moment that just happened the other day in Brazil. This is the story, so far, of the Brazil hot air balloon incident. Viewer discretion is advised. It was Saturday, June 21st, 2025, and this occurred in Santa Catarina in Brazil. 21 people boarded a hot air balloon. The video you are about to see does not show anything graphic like bodies or remains or anything like that, but some may find this disturbing, so viewer discretion is advised. According to the pilot who survived, he said at approximately 2 minutes into this flight, a fire started in the basket, forcing him to reduce the balloon's elevation in an effort to allow the occupants to jump out safely. However, several occupants failed to jump, and the balloon, with the weight slightly relieved, rose immediately, trapping the remaining victims in the basket. At one point, the balloon portion of it separates from the basket, and the balloon falls into an open field, whereas the basket plummeted quickly into some trees nearby. It's Jesus. So this is the balloon, and then this is the remnants of the basket. So 21 people were aboard this thing, and tragically, 8 people did not survive this incident. I know that at least 2 people had jumped out of the basket pretty quickly into this because they did not want to catch on fire. It's sort of a damned if you do, damned if you don't moment, though, because it's like you're either going to plummet to your death or you're going to burn in this, or burn and plummet in the basket. It's horrific no matter which way you look at it. Unbelievably, 13 people survived this incident. I don't even know how. They were pretty damn high up. And so the fact that they could crash in this thing and survive is just unbelievable. Several of them are suffering from second-degree burns, not to mention the other severe injuries they have. Information on this is still kind of ongoing. It's still coming. But it sounds like half of the victims died by smoke inhalation / burning to death. And then the rest of the victims died either by jumping out or landing when the basket plummeted to the ground. It's a miracle that 13 people lived. Absolute miracle. As of me filming this video, this just happened literally like 2 or 3 days ago. They are still conducting an investigation into what happened and how this happened. And the authorities there in Brazil said that the information they gather from this investigation will become public in about a month or so. So I don't know if any person's at fault, if there were issues with the balloon. All I know is that 8 people died in a really horrifying manner. And I've covered a story like this before a very long time ago, but because I will never step foot in a hot air balloon. I can never do that. I'm terrified of flying on a plane to begin with, but being up, there's no way. But hopefully answers as to why this happened will come soon so that they can prevent this ever happening again. Spontaneous human combustion was supposed to be a much larger problem than it actually was. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Irving Bentley. Viewer discretion is advised. Irving Bentley lived here in this home in Coudersport, Pennsylvania. And by the time this story happens, he's 92 years old. Irving had been a physician for many, many, many years. And he was, at the end of his life. It was December 5th, 1966. The gas company that Irving used for the home had come there for, I think, an inspection or to fix something, and he was allowed basically entry into the home. Well, on this particular December 5th, 1966 day, the gas worker goes down to the basement. When he's in the basement, he gets to a room that he can see this pile of ashes on the ground. When he looks up, he can see the ceiling, which would have been the floor of the bathroom up above. And there was this red ring. It was burning embers. So the gas worker goes upstairs to the bathroom. And that is when he finds an absolutely horrific sight. The smell was unbearable, and things were still hot to the touch. All he saw was Irving's metal walker tipped over. He also saw part of Irving's head. And I know TikTok being TikTok, I can't really show it much, but they also found a small portion of his foot and leg still in its boot. Irving was dead, obviously. And like with other spontaneous human combustion cases, which used to terrify the holy shit out of me when I saw these pop up on Unsolved Mysteries when I was a kid, it's interesting that his body, this, human body, burned to literal ashes. The fire was allegedly so hot that his body turned to ash. However, the fire wasn't strong enough to melt the metal of the walker, and it wasn't strong enough to burn the house down. It only was in this one room, really. The bathtub wasn't even showing signs of melting or, chips. To this very day, they really cannot truly explain exactly what happened to Irving. Many people believe it was spontaneous human combustion, but, people on the science side of things will say that's not really a thing. And I don't know where the hell I am on that. Now, it is known that he had a habit of keeping matches in his robe or his pocket. He had set his clothes on fire on one occasion. There was some speculation that a nearby pipe caused the fire. But again, even if that was the case, if the matches started the fire, how did it turn him into complete ash? That's not something that just happens really easily or quickly. And if something is going to be that hot to turn a human body into dust, then why was the rest of the house not damaged? Personally, I think he died of spontaneous human combustion, but I also know that's probably not really a thing. But Irving's death will go down forever as an unsolved mystery. She holds a photo of her missing husband, now frozen in time. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of James Lacouture. Viewer discretion is advised. This case takes us to Hardwick, Massachusetts, and we're going all the way back to 1988. James Lacouture at that time was 35 years old. He was married and he had 3 children. This is James's wife, Deb, and she is holding a photo of him decades after he vanished. It was October 29th, 1988 in Hardwick, Massachusetts. James and his brother that day actually had plans to work on a house that his brother David was working on and constructing. But when the two brothers got together, they decided, you know what? We're going to skip construction today. We're going to go to the bar. So they went to a nearby local pub and they had a few drinks. Later on that day, after James had not returned home yet, Deb goes to the home of her brother-in-law, David. When she gets there, David's there. He was completely shit-faced drunk, and he was passed out on his couch. He woke up and told her, James is home too. She didn't know if it meant at his house or at her home. Either way, James was not anywhere. So Deb gets herself a flashlight and she starts going around town seeing if she could find him. She is talking to random people. She is, questioning them, showing photos of James. No one has seen him. She would drive around and stop at every location where it was possible he could have stopped and gotten out, because she was having a hard time believing her brother-in-law David. It got to a point where she had to call state police to report her husband missing. But state police were like, he's a 35-year-old man. He's allowed to do that. Sorry, not sorry, basically. Now, James and Deb, they actually lived in Millbury, Massachusetts, and Deb says that when she talked to the Millbury police, that they did take her seriously because they knew James. It's a small community, and they knew exactly who he was and what he would and would not do. And so it sounds like the Millbury police were able to kind of help nudge this along. They put missing persons flyers everywhere. Police would eventually go to this house that the brother David was constructing, and they brought some dogs in to pick up the scent, but they had no luck. There was no sign of James, because maybe the brother killed him or did something to him. Who knows? But that's what was their thought, but they didn't find anything. And unfortunately, this case goes cold immediately. And the reason why it went so cold so very quickly is because the one person who could answer questions about this was now dead. 5 days after James's disappearance, his brother David puts a gun to his head and pulls the trigger and ends his own life. Whatever he may have known, whatever answers he may have had, went to the grave with him. He left a note that made absolutely no mention of James. There is a belief that that was the action of a guilty conscience. Did he kill his brother on purpose? Was it an accident? Did somebody else kill him? Was he hit by a car? They don't know. They talked to David in that, brief time that he was still alive, but he really just gave no answer. Years would go by, and Deb was finally able to declare her husband dead. They purchased a grave plot. They put a plaque there, but there's no one inside of it. I was reading that, Deb said she never visits the grave because there's no one to talk to. There's no one in it. Anytime the body of a male would show up somewhere in the general area that might have matched, age and height and all that kind of stuff with James, they check, but it's never him. He has never been found. No trace of him has ever been found. No one has seen him. No, false reports of seeing him somewhere. He just is gone. And the one person who might know what actually happened to him is dead. What happened that day? Why did they abandon the project of building the house and instead go to the bar? Most importantly, why did David end his own life just days after his brother disappeared? Was that a guilty conscience or someone saying, I can't live without my brother? Unfortunately, at this point, there is very little hope that they will ever actually find him. But there is always that chance that someone somewhere out there might know the truth, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the whereabouts or what may have happened to James Lacouture, please contact the Hardwick Police Department at 413-477-6708. Hello, true crimerers. There is a very unfortunate update in the missing persons case of Jax Gratton. I was just informed by a member of her family that Jax has been located, and unfortunately she has been found deceased. The autopsy has not been performed yet, so they don't know the cause or manner of death at this point. They did state that she was in a fairly bad state of decomposition and was in the same clothes she was last seen wearing. And so the belief is that she likely died the night she disappeared, or quite possibly into the following morning. Outside of that, though, there is not any more information. And keep in mind, you guys, her family can see comments and stuff, so please just don't start rumors or speculate. But if you do have any information, please contact the local authorities with whatever you may know. I am very deeply sorry to Jax's family. I hope you guys get the answers you deserve, and I'm so sorry about this. Inspired by the Warlock films, a child would commit one of the most vile murders. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Johnathan Thimpsen. Viewer discretion is advised. This case occurred in the then small mining town of L'Orange. which is located in Saskatchewan in Canada. Johnathan George Thimpsen was just 7 years old. He was born on December 30th, 1987. He did not get a chance really to live because another child brutally killed him. Johnathan would be reported missing by his family on July 8th, 1995. Just a couple days later, on July 11th, 1995, the body of the 7-year-old boy was found. He was found just a couple hundred yards away from his grandmother's house. Johnathan Thimpsen had his throat slashed and his head had been crushed in. He was also missing skin from several parts of his body. It looked as if someone cut chunks or strips of flesh from him. Within a very short amount of time, they would arrest this 14-year-old kid. He was arrested along with his 7-year-old accomplice. And soon the horror of what happened would come to light. Johnathan Thimpsen, this sweet little kid whose hero was Zorro, just this innocent child, just so happened to cross the path of someone who was very mentally unwell. It would come to light that Sandy Charles was obsessed with a certain movie series, Warlock and Warlock 2 from the mid to late 80s. You know, there's Satan stuff, there's devil worshipping and whatnot. And so he, along with this 7-year-old friend of his, just crossed the paths with Johnathan Thimpsen and abducted him. They then drug him to a secluded location where the 7-year-old boy was stabbed, beat. They tortured him for quite some time by cutting the skin from his body, which later they would find out that this kid took those pieces of skin home, dried them out or cooked them, and he ate them. He would later go on to state that, based on the movie's Warlock, if you drank boiled down fat from a virgin, it would give you the power to fly. Sandy thought he was going to be able to fly. A competency hearing had to be scheduled because they didn't know if he was mentally well enough to go to trial. He would plead not guilty by reason basically of insanity. Now, the 7-year-old accomplice was not arrested officially and not charged with anything. Despite that individual being there and present and helping, there is an age limit, I guess, that criminal responsibility in Canada begins at 12. So you cannot be held accountable for murders or any crime under the age of 12. But he was 14. He goes to trial and the jury comes back with a verdict, not guilty by reason of mental illness. And it sounds like they were able to truly establish that he was just very, very mentally unwell, that he believed the things he thought was going to happen. He was seen by numerous professionals and they all basically agreed. So he will not go to prison. However, the day the verdict came back, he was immediately put into psychiatric care. And to my knowledge, my understanding is that he still remains in psychiatric care. I guess he's been given a little bit more room to wander, but he is still there. At one point, he assaulted a nurse in the hospital and knocked her to the ground, which caused him to have to go to court again, which he was sentenced to 1 day in jail, time served. But he's put right back in the hospital. I don't know if the signs were there, if his parents noticed or what. I don't know. But obviously someone failed that child because of that, an innocent 7-year-old boy was tortured and murdered. There can probably never be forgiveness for his killer, but that's also not for me to decide. All I know is that a 7-year-old kid was just being a kid. And then he was tortured, his skin removed, stabbed, had his head crushed in. It was a nightmare for him. And while technically justice wasn't really served, at least his killer is locked away somewhere where he cannot do this type of thing, hopefully, ever again. On May 5th, 1994, human remains were found in a backyard. But who did they belong to? Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of John and Linda Sohus. Viewer discretion is advised. San Marino, California, May 5th, 1994. In this backyard here, there were some construction workers doing some work to start putting in a pool. When they reached a certain point, they found a couple of bags. In those bags were skeletal remains of a person. But it would take quite some time to finally find out who it was. What investigators learned was that back in 1985, the previous owner of that house, Miss Ruth Dee Dee Sohus, had reported her son John missing. By 1985, Jon and Linda Sohus had been married for about 2 years, and they were living at Jon's mother's house. Now, Jon was adopted. So when investigators learn all of this, they want to see if the skeletal remains belong to Jon, because I believe they determined that they were a male. But because he was adopted, they could not find his biological family right then and there. So they didn't have any DNA to work with. Jon was working in computer programming, and Linda was an artist. But then, in early 1985, Linda would tell her friend Sue that both her and Jon just got new jobs together. These jobs were with the United States government. But Linda couldn't tell Sue anything other than that because it was top secret. She told her friend that they had to fly to New York for about 2 weeks, and this was related to this new job. 2 weeks come and go, they're still not back home. They left on February 8th, 1985, and ever since then, they have never been confirmed seen by anyone ever again. About a week after they were supposed to be back home, Linda's sister gets a phone call from a kennel. All of the cats that Jon and Linda owned were still at this kennel. They had left them there for a 2-week planned trip, but they've never come to pick them up. So Linda's family goes to Dee Dee and asks, hey, have you heard from them? Have you seen them? Well, Dee Dee tells them, oh, don't worry, they're on a secret mission. And so the family just says, all right, we're going to police. And so police go to question Dee Dee, and she tells police, they're on a secret mission. I have it from a confirmed source that they're on the secret mission. When they ask who is your source, she says, I can't tell you that. But police had no evidence of foul play, and so they really couldn't go further with their investigation. 3 months after they've disappeared, Linda's friend Sue gets this exact postcard from Paris. On the back it reads, hi Sue, kinda miss New York, oops. But this can be lived with, Jon and Linda. At the same time, Linda's family gets this postcard. And it says, Mom, I think we need a geography lesson, but not too bad. Jon and Linda, or Linda and Jon. This looks like Linda's handwriting on both of them. This is all very strange, because they were supposed to be going to New York, not Paris. Well, then a couple of months after this, Dee Dee finally files a missing persons report for Jon and Linda. She said that the source that she had, that they were on a secret mission, well, that source is gone now, and he's disappeared. That source was a man that she knew as Christopher Chichester. He had been living in the guest house on Dee Dee's property. So now Jon and Linda are missing. She has no idea where this man is, and also Jon's pickup truck is missing. She reported that missing too. However, they still couldn't prove any foul play, so they really couldn't go any further. In 1988, Dee Dee passes away, never knowing what happened to her son. 9 months after that, Jon's pickup truck is found in Greenwich, Connecticut, 3,000 miles away. A man named Christopher Crowe had attempted to sell it to someone there in Connecticut. That's when they discovered that Christopher Crowe was also Christopher Chichester, same guy. He was living at the house when the two disappeared. He says he was a source that was telling Dee Dee that the two of them were on a secret mission, and she believed it. But why was he saying all of that? It wouldn't be until May of 1994 when skeletal remains are discovered. They searched the guest house that Mr. Chichester was staying in. They used luminol, and they found evidence of blood in the guest house. Whose blood that was, though, they'll never be able to tell because it had been cleaned, and this was years later. Decades go by, and they finally track down the biological family to Jon Sohus. They take their DNA, create a profile, and they confirm that the skeletal remains found in the backyard of the house were that of Jon Sohus. This was clearly a homicide. But Linda is still missing. In 2008, they finally find Christopher Chichester, or whatever his name is. He had been telling people his name was Clark Rockefeller and telling all those people that he was a member of the Rockefeller family. He had a child down the road. He was arrested for kidnapping that child, and he was eventually convicted of kidnapping that child. He refused to cooperate with police with regards to the disappearance of Linda and the murder of Jon. But in 2011, he is charged with the murder of Jon Sohus. Apparently, his real name is Christian Karl Gerheistreiter. Well, they had the luminol evidence. They had witness testimonies about him asking people during the time frame Jon and Linda disappeared where he could find a place to dispose of big drums, body-sized drums. They also have evidence that he had been digging up the backyard at the time of the disappearance. The bags that Jon's remains were found in came from universities that he attended. In 2013, he was convicted of the murder of John Sohus. He was sentenced to 27 years to life. He refuses to say where Linda is or what he did to her. He probably forced her to write those postcards, and she was the likely target. But where is she? The image you see here is the last known image of a man who vanished in Ireland. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Jon Jonsson. Viewer discretion is advised. Jon Jonsson is originally from Iceland, and at that time he is a 41-year-old father, and he absolutely adores his children. They are his entire world. But unfortunately, at this point, they don't know where their father is. It was February of 2019. Jon Jonsson would take a vacation from Iceland, and he would go to Dublin, Ireland, and there was going to be a poker tournament that he was attending out there. And the vacation included his fiancée. And I believe they were staying here at the Bonington Hotel. This is an image of Jon at the poker tournament there in Dublin in February of 2019. One witness would later state that they were playing poker with him that night. Everything seemed totally normal. Jon was having a few drinks, they were, playing poker, and nothing seemed out of the ordinary. The following morning at 11:05 a.m., Jon is seen leaving the Bonington Hotel, and then CCTV would later capture this image, which is believed to be the last known image of Jon Jonsson. This image is from February 9th, 2019 at 11:07 a.m. After he walks off frame, he is gone forever. And it sounds like Jon was last seen at the exit of Highfield Hospital, heading northbound on Swartz Road towards Collins Avenue. Now, once he never arrived back at the hotel, his fiancée would report him missing to the local authorities. At first, they were like, he's a grown adult, he's probably just out there playing poker somewhere, and they weren't really taking it very seriously. But they have since conducted searches. They have been asking for the public's help because Jon Jonsson is still missing. It has now been 6 years since he vanished. Again, he is a father to 2 children who adore him, and they just want him home. Growing up without their father, it's tragic. And surely someone out there can help this family get the answers they need. I was reading that there was an article, I think, done by The Independent that covered this case and got a lot of things drastically wrong and was basically spreading misinformation, which, unfortunately that happens. But the truth of the matter is he has not been found. The exact circumstances of his disappearance really aren't known. There is no concrete proof or evidence of what may have actually happened to him. Just him at the poker tournament, seemingly happy and enjoying himself. He did lose a little bit of money. I believe he and his fiancée got there with about 5,000 euros, and he lost a good chunk of it, but no one in his life believes that would have led to him doing something drastic. The people in his life, his friends, his family, everyone, they said that's not like Jon. He just doesn't just pick up and leave when something, bad happens. He certainly would never just abandon his kids like this. Absolutely, he would not do that. And especially without telling any of his family, that's just not like him. His bank account has not been touched since the day he vanished. No one has seen him. Not even confirmed or unconfirmed sightings. Nothing. There are, beliefs that maybe he did just pick up and leave on his own. Again, it seems unlikely. Perhaps he fell or injured himself somewhere pretty severely and was not able to get help and he died from some sort of accident. It's possible, but they have searched that entire area and have found no trace of him. There is also a possibility that he met with foul play that day. But the fact of the matter is nobody actually knows. Well, that's not necessarily true, because if he did meet with foul play, someone somewhere out there definitely knows the truth. And usually people who do awful things like that love to spill the beans. They love to talk, to brag. And so someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the whereabouts of Jon Jonsson or what may have happened to him, please contact the Garda at 01-666-4400 or the Garda confidential line at 1-800-666-111. Holy crackhead Muppets, Jesus, wear a bell, sneaking up on people like that. These two are monsters. What? Hello, true crimerers. This is the recently solved cold case of Laurel Mitchell. Viewer discretion is advised. Laurel Mitchell, pictured here with her family, she was born on May 24th, 1958. At the time this case occurs, she is 17 years old. The teenage girl worked at the snack counter at the Epworth Forest Church Camp in Webster, Indiana. And that's exactly where she was on August 6th, 1975. Laurel worked her shift, then when she got off, she walked down this road, which a couple witnesses saw her walking just past these two pillars, and then she was never seen alive again. Laurel was supposed to meet a group of her friends that evening to go to a local amusement park, but she never showed up. The amusement park was roughly half a mile away from where the church was. She never got home either. So where was she? The answer to that question came the following day. This is a road next to the Elkhart River in Indiana. A pair of fishermen were fishing near this area when they found a body floating in the water. It was the body of a teenage girl. The body would soon be identified as 17-year-old Laurel Jean Mitchell. Ultimately, her cause of death was drowning. But the coroner was able to determine, I'm not exactly sure how, but they were able to determine positively that she had struggled while she was drowning, meaning she was forced into the water and was drowned by another person. But they also had evidence that Laurel had been sexually assaulted. However, it would take a very long time to solve her case. There were very few suspects in the early goings of this. However, a couple witnesses would state that sometime around the time Laurel would have gone missing officially, a couple witnesses heard a very loud car driving by the road where Laurel would have been on. This person also heard the sound of someone slamming a trunk or maybe a car door and then speeding away. Another witness said sometime around 10 p.m., again, which would have been around the time this all would have happened, at least one witness heard what sounded like a man saying or screaming, "Let's get," or "Let's get her." And it sounded like it was coming from a car that would later drive away. That was a very loud car. Then fast forwarding all the way to 2013, a woman would come forward to police about something she heard. This witness was about 16 years old at the time they heard this information, which was back in 1975, that a man named John Wayne Lehman, who this witness had been dating, he said he had been involved in the murder of Laurel. And the murder was primarily committed by his friend, Fred Bandy. And in 2014, another witness came forward to say that in 1975, Fred Bandy confessed to killing the girl. Why these people took so long to come forward, I don't know. They could have been scared, obviously, because maybe they would have been killed too if these two men had found out that they told on them. But police need actual evidence. So by 2019, they take all of the evidence that they had collected from the crime scene, including her clothing, and they had it all retested, and they found DNA. Now, in the years following Laurel's murder, Fred Bandy had been convicted on more than one occasion of other sexual assaults. So his DNA was in the database. So by 2022, when the authorities had been able to piece all of this together, they're able to run the DNA found on her clothing against their database, and it matched Fred Bandy. God, he looks like a coked out Kroger brand version of Beetlejuice. So he was arrested, go figure. It just gets worse. Holy Christ. This is John Wayne Lehman, Pilgrim. And some of the witness testimony stated that Lehman was a part of this whole thing with Bandy. And so when he was arrested, he agreed to basically turn on his friend. And he confirmed that he was involved, but not actually with the murder and the rape. But he was present during it. He didn't stop it. He just sat by and watched it all happen. And I think there is some belief that he probably was more involved, more than likely in the drowning itself, because, well, she had seen him, so. Oh, boy, oh boy, oh boy. Those are two faces that not even a mother could love. So by 2022, both of these Guillermo del Toro monster movie creatures, I don't even know. Well, they were arrested and charged in connection with the rape and the murder and the abduction. John Lehman was sentenced to just 8 years in prison for his involvement. Fred Bandy Jr., at the age of 69, was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Why Laurel? Why did they take her? Simply put, it's because they saw her. That's it. But it may have taken many decades, but she finally got the justice she very rightfully deserved. And let Laurel's case be a very helpful reminder that no matter how much time has passed, justice can come. So please, if you are still waiting for justice for your murdered or missing loved one, please remember her story and keep hope alive. He said they spread rumors of him being gay, so he killed them. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Lee, Terry, and Christopher. Viewer discretion is advised. This case happened in Pelham, Alabama, and specifically here at Ferguson Enterprises. That is where 32-year-old Lee Holbrooks and 28-year-old Christopher Yancey were working, when suddenly a man walks in, their co-worker, and shoots them both dead and then calmly leaves. The co-worker was this man here, Allan Eugene Miller, but he was not done. Allan then goes to this company here, Post Air Gas, where he had been fired from roughly 8 months prior. It is there where 39-year-old Terry Jarvis is working when Allan walks in, points a gun at him, pulls the trigger, and shoots him dead. And then he flees the scene. 32-year-old Lee Holbrooks had recently been married. He was a member of the First Baptist Church. He was a 1985 high school graduate. He was someone who was just full of life and loved everyone. Christopher Scott Yancey was also married, and he had 2 children. He was the epitome of a family man. 39-year-old Terry Jarvis had been working at Post Air Gas for about 11 years. He was actually Allan Miller's former supervisor. Terry was an incredibly reliable and dependable worker. He worked very hard, and he was really close with his fellow co-workers. From what I understand, they pretty much immediately pieced it together once the police got involved who did this. There were witnesses, and they also, found out quickly that he was a disgruntled worker from Post Air Gas that had been fired 8 months prior, and he did not get along well with his current co-workers at Ferguson Enterprises, where the other 2 victims were killed. Later that day, he was actually pulled over and was arrested. Allan Miller is 5'11", 350 pounds, and it took 4 police officers to subdue this guy. It took multiple sets of handcuffs. It was a violent arrest, but thankfully no one was hurt during it. So initially, it was believed that this was motivated by the fact that he had been fired 8 months prior from Post Air Gas. However, he was a current employee of Ferguson Enterprises. So they didn't know exactly why he shot the other 2 individuals who were not a part of that other company. But from what it sounds like, the 3 men here kind of knew each other. And according to Allan Eugene Miller, they had started to spread rumors that he was gay. Now, there was really no evidence or proof to show that these 3 men had been making these accusations about his sexual orientation. For all anyone knew, it was all just in his head. Allan was definitely mentally unwell, and he tried to try in court, well, you can't try me. I'm just too far gone. I'm too crazy. I didn't understand my actions that day. A psychiatrist that was actually employed by his defense attorneys would say that he was suffering from severe mental illness. However, what they could not show or prove was that his mental illness caused this to happen. It did not prove that he did not know what he was doing or he wasn't aware of it. By all accounts, he was fully aware of what he was doing. This was planned. And ultimately, the courts, through other psychiatrists as well, determined he was fit to stand trial. He goes on trial and he is found guilty of all 3 murders. And he is sentenced to death. Fast forwarding about 23 years or so later, in September of 2022, he is put onto the gurney where they are about to execute him by lethal injection. However, the individuals responsible for putting the IVs in him to do this, well, they were not able to successfully do it. And they had a deadline to do it by midnight, and they did not meet that deadline, so he was not executed that night. So he, with his defense, goes on to sue them because they failed at the execution. But nothing came of that. And then in November of 2022, the state of Alabama said, well, we won't do lethal injection this time, we'll do gas. And so on September 26, 2024, he was executed by nitrogen gas, the cause of death being nitrogen hypoxia. And with that, these 3 men got the justice they very rightfully deserved. For 50 years, the question still remains. Louis Arrowood, where are you? Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Louis Arrowood. Viewer discretion is advised. Louis Arrowood lived here in Gastonia, North Carolina with his parents. At the time of this case, Louis is 18 years old, and I believe he had 4 siblings, all sisters. So on March 9th, 1975, Louis leaves a note for his parents and says, I'm going to be heading out of town. He didn't say where he was going, and this all happened very suddenly. He withdrew over $800 from his bank account. On March 20th, his parents received a letter from him stating that he was fine and he had got himself a new job. The reality, they would soon find out, is that Louis had actually gone to Dallas, Texas to meet a 30-year-old married woman. He was having an affair with her. Well, on March 30th, 1975, this married woman's husband came home and caught the 2 of them together. The husband basically told Louis, I'm going to kill you, But the wife, the lover, convinced the husband if you let him live, she would travel to New Orleans with the husband because he was a trucker. When questioned later, the woman said that this was the last time she saw Louis. She never saw him again. Louis is now back in Gastonia by April of 1975. The last time anyone ever saw him was on April 3rd, 1975. The day or so before, he had been out with some friends and stated that he thought that the husband of his lover had followed him. He even pointed out this guy's truck in a parking lot where he and his friends were at, and he actually said, "I can see the husband in the truck." The friends looked, but they didn't really see anyone in the truck, but they did confirm that after they got up and left, the friends did say that that person in that truck did appear to be following them. On that April 3rd, 1975 evening at approximately 10:30 p.m., Louis dropped his friend off at home, but then Louis himself never got home. He has never been seen since. On April 4th, 1975, so the next day, Louis's vehicle was found. It was parked here just outside the pool at Fern Forest Apartments. The driver's side door was open, the keys were in the ignition, all of the belongings that Louis had with him at that time were still in the car, and a pair of underwear was found just outside the car. The car was soon identified as belonging to Louis. So at that point, his family reports him missing, and they all believe that foul play has taken place. Louis gave no indications that he ever planned to just pick up and leave. He has never been seen by literally anyone since that day. His bank accounts, his social security number, none of it has been touched. And by the state of his car being found the way it was, it really does sound like something happened in a hurry. Why that apartment complex, though, I'm not 100% sure, because that's not where he lived. It's in the same city where he lived, but it wasn't there. Well, when police found out about this lover, because they found out about her through friends, it took about 2 weeks or so after he was reported missing to finally track down this woman and eventually her husband. The husband denied having anything to do with it. He said he was not in North Carolina. He also refused to take a polygraph test, which does not always mean a person is guilty. And police had to release him, and they never charged him with anything because they had no evidence. This is before cell phones. You couldn't track a person's location by pinging it. Now, because they never charged the husband with anything, that man's name has never been released to the public. So I don't know who that is. I have to imagine they tested his vehicle for any kind of evidence like fingerprints or DNA or anything, but I don't know if they did or not. And the family still wonders, Louis, where are you? What happened to him? I mean, given the situation, this husband of the lover said, "I will kill you," after he caught the two of them. Louis then claims he sees the guy in North Carolina in his truck, and the friends confirm that truck was following them. But first, you need a body. That makes it much easier to put charges on someone if you actually can confirm that the individual is dead. But now it's 50 years later. That man, if he is the one responsible, is likely in his 70s, maybe early 80s. I'm not sure how old he was. Most importantly, they just want to be able to bring Louis home to lay him to rest. The family at least deserves that. Someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth, and perhaps that someone is you. At the time this case occurred, Louis Arrowood was 18 years old, blonde hair, blue eyes. He had a small reddish birthmark on his chin. His actual first name is Steve, but he went by Louis to everyone. But someone may know him as Steve if maybe he fled somewhere. But if you have any information on his whereabouts or what may have happened to him, please contact the Gastonia Police Department at 704-866-3300. 6 teenage monsters wanted to upgrade their vehicle. Apparently that had to come at the expense of an entire family. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of the Lillelid Murders. Viewer discretion is advised. Vidar Lillelid was born and raised in Norway, but by 1985 he moved to the United States. By 1989 he had met and married Delphina. They had actually met at a church service because they were both Jehovah's Witnesses. The two of them would go on to have 2 kids. They had a daughter named Tabitha and a son named Peter. By 1997, Tabitha was 6 years old and Peter was 2 years old. In the late evening of April 6, 1997, the Lillelid family was on their way home from a Jehovah's Witness service. At one point, the family needed to stop off at a rest stop in Greene County, Tennessee, and the family was in this exact van. Unfortunately, at the same time they pulled into the rest stop, so did these 6 monsters. Natasha Cornett, Dean Mullins, Joseph Reisner, Crystal Sturgill, Jason Bryant, and Karen Howell. The youngest of them was 14, the oldest was 20. They had come from Pikeville, Kentucky, and apparently they were driving a piece of crap car that was nearly broken down. So one of them decided, we need to upgrade our vehicle. And then that is when they pulled into the rest stop in Tennessee, and they noticed the Lillelid family in their van. Apparently, a couple of them from the group approached Vidar, who was holding Peter at the time, and they started talking about their religion. But then Joseph Reisner pulled out his 9mm handgun and said, I hate to do this to you, but we need to take your van. And we're going to need to take you guys with us. So at gunpoint, and they had 2 guns on them, they kidnapped the family, forced them in the van, drove them down a rural road, forced them out of the vehicle, and put bullets into all 4 members of the family. One of them noticed that some of the members of the family were still alive, so they put more bullets into them. The family was soon discovered, and by a miracle, 2-year-old Peter, who had been shot twice, was still alive. Sadly, the other 3 members of the family were all dead. This was the 90s, so people, of course, began speculating this was a sort of witchcraft thing. This was done by devil worshippers. A few days later, the 6 assailants were caught at the Mexico-Arizona border in the stolen van. This wasn't witchcraft. This was just 6 young people who did a very stupid thing. All of them were given 3 life sentences without parole. This 15-year-old girl has been missing since the end of April. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Lulu Esperanza Martinez Rodriguez. Viewer discretion is advised. There is very, very few details about this case. I do not know the circumstances on, how she disappeared. But 15-year-old Lulu, as I guess everyone calls her, she was last seen here at the 4100 block of Jennifer Lane in Arlington Heights, Illinois. And she was last seen there on April 28th, 2025. Lulu, again, who is 15 years old, is described as being approximately 5 feet 2 inches tall, approximately 138 pounds. She has brown eyes and brown red hair. She was last seen wearing a black sweater, blue jeans, white sneakers, and a pink backpack. She also has a tattoo of a heart on the back of her left hand and the words Familia Martinez Rodriguez tattooed on her left forearm. What may have led to her disappearing, again, I'm not sure. But somebody somewhere out there has got to know where she is. Her family just wants her home. They need her home. But it's been well over a month now. Anyone with information on her whereabouts is asked to contact the Cook County Sheriff's Office, and you can do so at 708-865-4896. They also have a secondary number you can reach at 847-635-1188. You can always report information anonymously, but if you know where she is and you can help get her home, please do the right thing and call. She was here in this spot for 22 years, but she is finally home. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Lysandra Turpin. Viewer discretion is advised. This case occurred in the area of Fieldbrook, which is in Humboldt County, California, Northern California. Unfortunately, this is the only photo of Lysandra I have. But when this case occurred, she is 27 years old. In April of 1988, her family would report her missing. And unfortunately, her case just went cold almost immediately. And it stayed cold for 22 years. That is when this man came forward and told police, I know exactly where Lysandra is. He brought police to this ditch in the middle of the woods, and covered with melted tires and other debris, they found skeletal remains of someone. Most of the bones are gone, but they did have teeth and several bone fragments. They were able to confirm with DNA that those were the bones of Lysandra Turpin. So who is this guy? How does he know where she was? This is a much younger photo of him. This is the Christie family. So he is the son of Ernest Samuel Christie Jr. When he was about 16 years old, his dad kidnapped Lysandra. He brought her to their home, where for about 2 weeks he tortured her. He had done just horrific things to this poor young woman. And eventually, he would kill her. He forced his 16-year-old son to help dispose of her body. He made him put tires and debris over her body and douse the whole area with gasoline and light it on fire. The son was physically and emotionally abused throughout his entire life. He was terrified of his father. If he said anything while his father was still alive, he would probably be killed as well. I speak about his father in the past tense now because he is dead. He died of some kind of congenital heart failure situation. Hopefully it was painful. And that's the only time the son could come forward. Now that he is, 38 years old, his father's dead. He can't hurt him anymore. So pretty much almost right away, he goes to police. Now, along with finding Lysandra's body, the son also told police about this hollowed out tree that his father would at one point actually kidnapped another young woman and kept her in there, chained to the wall, which she finally escaped, but she never pressed charges. But there were other things in there, things that might have been related to the murder. And everything the son said, you can find this here, you can find that there, he was spot on. The son told horror stories about the women his father brought there and abused. And there's belief that he may have killed more than Lysandra, but they don't have any evidence of that. Now, the son said, I never saw him kill anyone other than her because he did witness her murder before being forced to dispose of her body. There is also some belief that his mother was possibly killed by his dad. She went missing or something like that on a fishing trip and was never found. Judging by the guy's history, the son is not going to be arrested or indicted or charged with anything. His story is completely believable. They understand as well that his life was likely on the line had he told anyone. So he literally had to sit there and wait for the monster to die before he could help get her home. And home is where she is now. They may not have all of her, but they have her. And now they can visit her whenever they like. It would have been nice if she could have gotten some justice, but the man is dead now and he will never be able to hurt anyone ever again. This dude right here, who's all smiles, is actually a monster. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Margaret Barnes. Viewer discretion is advised. So this case occurred here in Barmouth, which is in Wales. That is where 71-year-old Margaret Barnes had been visiting. It was the night of July 11th, 2022. Margaret Barnes had gone out that night with some friends for some food, and she had a few drinks. She had become intoxicated, so she took a cab or an Uber to a B&B that she had booked. So this little building right here is where her B&B actually was. And then this was just the front door of that property. So Margaret was dropped off. And because she was a little, intoxicated, she thought she had walked up to her B&B. But where she actually walked into was just a couple of buildings down right here. The door was unlocked, and so she assumed that it was her B&B. She goes upstairs, and specifically to this bedroom. She was described as being really unsteady on her feet that night, and she is a small, petite, 71-year-old woman. She had no idea she entered the wrong home, and she just went to the bed to lay down. That is when this man here entered the home. David Redfern was the owner of that home that Margaret had mistakenly walked into, thinking it was her B&B. He walks up to the bedroom and he sees this woman just sitting on his bed. And understandably, you're going to be a little taken by surprise to see a stranger in your home. David is a tall, bulky, 45-year-old guy. Now, you would assume he reacted in a very surprised, but oh my God, you're in the wrong place. Let me, help you downstairs to where you're supposed to be. No, he didn't do that. He started basically a fight with her. He knocks the 71-year-old frail woman to the ground, grabs her by her heels, drags her down a staircase, and literally flung her out of his home. He then stamped on her head and he kicked her repeatedly. He broke 3 of her ribs. It crushed her liver that would end up being fatal. He let her body just sit there, bleeding out and bruised on the sidewalk. According to neighbors, he goes back inside and he gets a glass of water for her and tries to put a pillow under her head. But he does not call the authorities. He does not call for an ambulance. And so the neighbors did that instead. But when they arrived, it was already too late. She was dead. Brutally attacked because she made an innocent mistake. She was intoxicated. It happens. She was not armed. She was significantly smaller than him. And so he was arrested and charged with murder. He would be found guilty of her murder. And this is what the judge said. Quote, You are a large and strong man, aged 45 at the time. She was small and slight, at least 25 years older than you, clearly affected by alcohol and unsteady on her feet. I can understand why you might have escorted her out of your house, though a different person might have responded to this situation by trying to maybe help her, but the assault, a kick or stamp of sufficient force to cause a fatal injury, was a dreadful thing to do to a defenseless elderly person." End quote. David Redfern would be sentenced to life in prison with a minimum parole period of 14 years. If what he did was his normal reaction to an elderly woman being in his house when she wasn't supposed to be, unarmed and defenseless, if that's his reaction, I hope the piece of shit stays in prison for as long as humanly possible. She made a mistake. How could a person have been so just immediately scared or whatever, felt threatened in this situation to do what he did to her? It's so, ugh. But anyway, she at least thankfully got the justice she rightfully deserved. A bike in the middle of the road and a girl gone forever. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Mary Lou Arruda. Viewer discretion is advised. Mary Lou Arruda was born on September 6, 1963, and she was born and raised in Massachusetts. Mary was a fantastic sister, a wonderful daughter, a happy kid who never did anything wrong. And unfortunately, because of one monster, she would remain 15 years old forever. It was September 8th, 1978 in Raynham, Massachusetts. At approximately 4 p.m., a local neighbor boy who lived in the same neighborhood as Mary found Mary's abandoned bike, this is not the actual image, just lying in the middle of the road, Mary nowhere to be found. The boy goes into his home and tries to call the Arruda household to say, I found her bike, but he gets no answer. So he brings the bike back to the Arruda's house sometime later. Another friend said they saw and talked to Mary sometime around, just before the bike was found, and Mary seemed totally fine. She was normal. She did not appear to be, frightened of anything. But then when the boy brought the bike back to the house where Mary lived, her parents became immediately concerned. They hadn't seen Mary either. Her siblings had not seen her. Where is Mary? So according to Mary's mom, as well as a few other people in the neighborhood, including the friend who spoke to Mary just before the bike was found, they all said they saw this lime green colored car driving around the neighborhood. It appeared to be kind of circling the block. One witness said they saw a man behind the wheel, which they gave a description of that man to police later on, and they saw something, what looked like someone slumped over in the passenger seat, but they could not tell what that was in the passenger seat. Her siblings, her parents, her friends, and neighbors are all combing the entire neighborhood looking for Mary. They would find her, but not until November of 1978. The badly decomposed body of the 15-year-old girl was found tied to a tree. It was in a very secluded and very heavily dense wooded area. She had been tied to the tree in a standing position, and they determined that she likely died from positional asphyxiation, meaning that at one point when she was standing, she fell unconscious, slumped down, and there was a ligature that she fell into around her neck, and it caused her to suffocate. The coroner does believe that she died the day that she went missing. So she wasn't tied to the tree screaming for help for days, afraid of who might show up or animals. But I don't know exactly how long, the process took. I don't think they do either. Now, found near her body were some tire tracks, which they made impressions of and took photos of. They also found a discarded Benson & Hedges cigarette next to where her body was. Police were told about the green car that was seen driving around the neighborhood, and that's when one particular man comes up on their radar. His name was James Cater. He apparently resembled the composite drawing they came up with. I couldn't find it. He also owned a 1976 lime green Opel. And when they searched his car, in the trunk, they found packages of Benson & Hedges cigarettes. Now, in the trunk of the car, they also found 2 newspaper articles. Both of them, he had clearly focused on Mary's case. They also learned through witnesses that he had his car very thoroughly cleaned, I believe the day after this would have happened. And then on the right front fender of his car, about 31 inches up, they found a very distinct black mark. The handlebars of Mary's bike would be about 31 inches from the ground. So they believed that James Cater had deliberately struck Mary with the car in order to kidnap her. Now, James Cater denied having anything to do with Mary Lou's murder. However, police did uncover that in 1969, he had been convicted of something very, very similar. He had abducted and raped a teenage girl. The girl was on her bike, and he kidnapped her from the bike. He struck the teenage girl, who was 13 years old, over the head, and then after raping her, tried to drown her in a stream. That didn't work, and so what did he do? Tied her to a tree. The victim lost consciousness. He assumed she was dead, but she was not. She managed to escape after he was gone, and he would end up pleading guilty and being sentenced to a very brief time in prison, apparently. So he is arrested for the murder of Mary Lou. The man goes on trial not once, not twice, not 3 times, 4 fucking times. He was convicted in 1979, but the Supreme Court of that state overturned the conviction. He was then on trial again in 1986. He was found guilty. Then the courts overturned his conviction again, all for like technicality type reasons. He goes on trial for the 3rd time in 1992. It ends in a mistrial. I shit you not. Finally, in 1996, he goes on trial for the 4th time. That was in 1996, where he was found guilty. He was sentenced to life in prison without parole. And he finally lost an appeal in 2000. And his conviction has remained intact ever since. In 2016, the moldy bag of dicks died in prison. And with that, Mary Lou, her family, and all the other potential victims that he had, they all got the justice they rightfully deserved. A 6-year-old boy goes missing, but it turns out he was always close to home. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Matthew Roberts. Viewer discretion is advised. Matthew Roberts lived here in this home in Clovis, New Mexico. Matthew Roberts was one of 3 kids. At the time this case occurred, he is 6 years old and he is just in kindergarten. On May 8th, 1990, Matthew would be lost forever. At approximately 3 p.m., Matthew's mom leaves their home to go do some shopping. At the home at that time was her mother, who was watching the kids. When Matthew's mom left, he was playing in the backyard. She asked him, "Do you want to come with me to the store?" He says no. As she leaves, though, at about 3:05 p.m., Matthew runs out to the street screaming, "Mommy, Mommy." Matthew's grandmother gets up and runs outside to go get him. But when she goes outside, Matthew is gone. His mother just made a very quick trip to the grocery store just down the road. She got home by about 3:15 p.m. At that point, her mother says, "I can't find Matthew." So they immediately begin searching the neighborhood, and because of how close the store was, they actually drive right down the street to that store to see if Matthew may run there, but he didn't. By 4:30 p.m., Matthew Roberts is reported missing. A massive search begins with police, with family, friends, neighbors. They search everywhere for him. He is plastered all over the news. There are some kids who say they thought they saw Matthew at a nearby playground that was in this big park near the house. Other teenagers said they saw him around 4:45 p.m. at a car wash. Other sightings says they saw him behind a McDonald's that was a couple blocks away from his home. They were beginning to wonder if someone just snatched him up off the street when he ran outside chasing his mom. Is there a predator in the neighborhood? Do they really know their neighbors? Is he now miles and miles away because his kidnapper took him? So many questions, but no answers. That is until May 23rd, 1990 at 7:47 p.m. A couple of neighbors had been walking down the street, and when they got to the Roberts home, there was this horrific odor coming from somewhere. And eventually they come to the 1978 Chevy Impala station wagon that's actually parked in the Roberts family's driveway. They had borrowed this car from a friend about a month or so prior. They open up the hatchback and they don't see anything. But then, apparently in these models of station wagons, there is this really tiny compartment built into the station wagon's trunk area. This compartment is very small. It is literally 18 inches by 12 inches. And it latches shut to a point where you can only open it from the outside. When they opened that tiny compartment, they found the 6-year-old boy in a fetal position. His body decomposed. Matthew was 45 pounds, and he was 45 inches tall. he would be literally compacted into that compartment. And now everyone's wondering what happened. Was this an accident or was this murder? The coroner determined that Matthew, based on his size, his weight and height and all that, and the size of the compartment, if he had squeezed himself in there, his chest would not be able to expand properly. And so, therefore, he likely died within minutes, which would explain why, if he was in there and he was screaming and crying, why nobody heard him. Because you have to imagine that if in there he is kicking and punching and screaming and crying, and it's not exactly soundproof, so people would have heard that. But if it happened within minutes, there's a really good chance no one heard it. They believe that Matthew, again, he's 6 years old, was, I guess, playing hide and go seek. They don't really know, they don't know anything about how he ended up in there, why he ended up in there. They just can only guess. But they, just believe that he was likely maybe acting out because he wanted to go with his mom, but she was already gone, and decided to hide from his grandma. You can speculate all you want, but there's no evidence to show that anyone forcibly put him in there, that he did that himself. And yeah, you can close it because there's like a little knob that you can see like right here that he can like pinch it, grab it, and close the thing shut. There was actually a safety recall on the station wagons, but the owner of the car who had lent it to the family was not aware of it. This is obviously before, emails and text messages and people can notify you immediately. Or, he knew about it, but it wasn't really an issue for him. The fact of the matter is really no one knows for absolute certain how Matthew got in there. However, they had no evidence of foul play. They had no evidence or proof of any kind of abuse in the house. He was well loved and well taken care of. He was a good kid, respectable family. This was likely just a really horrific accident. He didn't know what he was doing. As to why they never searched that compartment, I don't know. I don't even know if they knew that compartment was in there. But even if they searched it at the time he was reported missing, he was already gone. There is nothing they could have done. So justice does not need to be served here, and hopefully Matthew is resting in peace. A day after she was seen hitchhiking, her body was found. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Maureen Mosey. Viewer discretion is advised. 33-year-old Maureen Mosey was from the Edson area of Alberta, Canada. And unfortunately, there really isn't a lot of detailed information for this case. Now, I actually have some questions about this from people in Canada, which I'll get to in a moment. Now, while she was from Edson, she was actually last seen in Salmon Arm, which is in British Columbia. She was seen there hitchhiking on May 8th, 1981. The following day, on May 9th, 1981, her remains were found. It says here at the intersection of Highway 97 and the Trans-Canada Highway. And so this is where my question comes in for people in Canada. I've been trying to look this up and trying to compare locations, but according to numerous sources, she is considered one of the 18 official victims of the Highway of Tears, which I know is Highway 16. So her remains were found, I guess, in Kamloops specifically. And from what I can tell, Kamloops is not directly a part of Highway 16, and this is the Highway 16. She was found there, so I think it's pretty close, correct? At any rate, sorry, I'm just confused. So if someone from Canada can maybe clarify, because my brain isn't braining apparently. But 33-year-old Maureen Mosey was found murdered and dumped on the side of the road. So Maureen was last seen hitchhiking in Salmon Arm, and she was seen getting into a vehicle that just had one person in it, the driver, described as a white man in their late 20s or possibly early 30s with black or brown hair and a beard. Then the following day, she is found murdered. Maureen was last seen wearing beaded moccasins and was carrying a tan-colored canvas handbag. And so I think they're just hoping that someone might, remember that might jog someone's memory. They don't even know if the guy who was driving the car that she got into is even responsible for this. I don't even know if they can actually confirm that was definitely Maureen getting into that car. Her cause of death is also not listed, only that she was murdered. I don't know if her belongings were found with her, like her purse, so I don't know if they know if this is a robbery or not. There's no mention of a sexual assault. And everywhere I look, it's just the same story, copy and pasted on various articles. Multiple tracks were found in the area, but one set in particular is believed to belong to the killer. And that's honestly about it. That's really all there is. It's frustrating when you get cases like this to talk about and there's just no clear-cut information. The Highway of Tears, primarily the victims found along it or that go missing along it are Indigenous women, but I see no mention of Maureen being Indigenous or not. But at any rate, this is a woman who was murdered. That's really what this comes down to. And she was murdered by someone they do not know. Her killer could still be out there. This person may have killed more people. And as we hear often, killers love to talk. They love to brag, especially when they're maybe under the influence, drinking, getting high, etc. And maybe that person said something to you because someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about what exactly happened to Maureen Mosey. Yes, it's been well over 40 years, but that means her killer could still be in their 60s, maybe their 50s. And if that person is still around, they deserve to be caught and they deserve to be thrown into a prison cell after going to trial, of course, and being found guilty, hopefully. And she deserves her day. She deserves her day in court. She deserves justice. So if you know anything, please come forward. If you have any information on the murder of Maureen Mosey, please call 1-800-222-8477. So this guy's a whack job for sure. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Dottie Walsh and Maybelle Martin. Viewer discretion is advised. This case occurred in the South Lake Tahoe, California area, and it takes us to May of 1987. A man fitting this description would be going around to modeling agency after modeling agency, pageant after pageant, and at all of these places, this man was looking for young girls, teenage girls, and it was because he wanted to shoot a short video, a movie about drug rehabilitation with teenagers. Now, pretty much all of the places said no, but he was finally able to convince someone, 69-year-old Maybelle Martin, who went by Mabs. She said she would agree to have some of her girls do this video, only if she could attend as a chaperone, and her friend Dottie would also attend as a chaperone. And Dottie, Dorothy, was 67 years old. The man agreed. He gave the two women his address, and they said they would be bringing along two of their girls. And on May 16th, 1987, 4 of them would go to his home, and only 2 of them would come out alive. The families of the 2 girls, as well as the families as the 2 older women who were their chaperones, well, after none of them came home, they were all reported missing. Now, thankfully, this guy was sloppy, and he had gone to so many places, and eventually he was identified. Identified as this man here, Herbert Coddington. Sounds like the name of a billionaire villain in a movie. And police find his address. When they arrive, it's a nightmare. They knock on his door. No one responds. The police can see someone inside turning off all of the lights. And so at that point, police force their way in. In this house, they find the bodies of 2 women, Dottie and Maybelle. They had both been physically assaulted and both were strangled to death. The 2 teenage girls were found tied up in a secret room he built. It was a room within a room. He called it the Curious Room. It was padded and it was soundproof. And he had devices in there to chain the 2 teenage girls up, who he repeatedly abused and sexually assaulted. But thankfully they were not killed. Herbert Coddington is arrested and charged with kidnapping and murder. The man was a psychopath. After he killed these 2 women, he just put their bodies in these large green trash bags and then just stored them in the house. When he was arrested, he told police about the garbage bags. He told police that he bagged up these 2 women so that police did not have a big mess to clean up. The 2 teenage girls were obviously very mentally distraught. This was an incredibly traumatic experience for them. Both of them had to receive a lot of psychological treatment, understandably. So Herbert, who is seen here talking to his mom, goes on trial for the 2 murders and the kidnappings. And eventually, a jury, after deliberating for a little over 10 hours, finds him guilty of all charges. He was initially sentenced to death. However, California has put a moratorium on the death penalty, and so he's basically serving a life without parole sentence. There is also pretty strong belief that he killed this young girl, 12-year-old Sheila Jo Keister. Apparently, in August of 1981 in Las Vegas, Nevada, the 12-year-old girl was hitchhiking, and she was picked up by a man later described to look a lot like Herbert Coddington. He was living in Las Vegas, Nevada at that time. My understanding, he was actually charged with her murder because she was found murdered. However, he's never gone on trial for her murder. Herbert still rots in a prison cell to this very day, and he will never be free again. And so at least 4 of his victims, the 2 deceased ones and the 2 surviving ones, those 4 at least got the justice they very rightfully deserved. 77 minutes of pure nightmarish hell, and this is the 1984 McDonald's Massacre. In July of 1984, 41-year-old James Huberty would tell his wife that something is wrong with his head. He was convinced he had some sort of mental health problem. On July 17th, 1984, he would call a mental health facility requesting an appointment. The message taker assured him that he would get a call back, and he actually sat by his phone for several hours waiting for a call. It never came. The message taker would later say that they didn't feel James was in any kind of distress, so his message was labeled as non-crisis. And at 3:56 p.m. on July 18th, 1984, a crisis would begin. Shortly before this time, James would leave his house, but not before telling his wife, "I want to kiss you goodbye." She asked when he would be home for dinner, and he said, "I won't be home. I'm going hunting for humans." Walking out of his home with guns strapped to him, he made eye contact with his oldest daughter, Zelia, and coldly said, "Goodbye. I will not be back." Now back to 3:56 p.m., James Huberty enters the McDonald's with a 9mm HP semi-automatic pistol, a 9mm Uzi carbine, and a Winchester 12-gauge pump-action shotgun, and a bag stuffed full of ammunition. There were 45 people inside the restaurant. He walked up to 16-year-old employee John Arnold and fired his shotgun, but it misfired. He then shot the shotgun into the air, pulled out his Uzi, and shot a 22-year-old manager, Neva Kane, directly in the face. He would then go on to virtually massacre everyone inside the McDonald's restaurant. And this is in the San Ysidro neighborhood of San Diego, California. Everyone in the building was trying to hide under tables, going behind the counters, but virtually no one was able to escape him. One man used himself as a shield to protect children, and he got shot several times but survived. Pregnant 18-year-old Jackie Reyes used herself as a shield, and she got shot 48 times with the Uzi. He shot an 8-month-old baby. An elderly couple was walking into the McDonald's. They hadn't heard the shots yet. James noticed and shot the wife, injuring the husband. The husband was then holding his dead wife, cussing and screaming at the shooter when James shot him in the head. James murdered 21 people and injured 19 more. The first 911 calls hit about 4 minutes after it started. The police went to the wrong McDonald's. Several calls were made. It took 77 minutes from the very first 911 call for this deadly massacre to be over. Police got in a shootout with James, and he was eventually shot dead. The horror finally ended at 5:17 p.m. A sniper took him out, but far too late. A little over a year from this haunting moment in history, 3 defectors from this cult would be murdered. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of the Mills family. Viewer discretion is advised. Before they were known as the Mills, they were actually Deanna and Elmer Myrtle. In 1969, Deanna and Elmer joined the People's Temple, a cult led by this man here, Jim Jones. The Myrtle family was a part of this cult for about 4 or 5 years or so. In 1974, Jim Jones took one of their daughters, Linda, and struck her 70 times with a paddle for just a minor instance of something. Shortly after that, they would defect from the People's Temple. In 1978, a U.S. representative by the name of Leo Ryan would go to Jonestown in Guyana, where Jim Jones basically had his cult. Leo Ryan and 2 of his people that traveled there with him were shot and killed by them. And then one of the darkest moments in human history occurred. An event where 918 people died by their own hands by drinking the Kool-Aid. Kool-Aid laced with cyanide poisoning. Their cult leader, Jim Jones, convinced them to do it, and this included 300 children. Jim Jones is said to have died by his own hand with a gun. Now, before that horrific tragedy occurred, Deanna and Elmer would then change their names to the Mills family, and they became known as Jeannie and Al Mills. They were obviously horrified to see what happened in Jonestown, but they knew that something like that was going to happen. They tried to warn people. And I think it's their story that actually would end up being one of the catalysts to have that U.S. representative go out to Guyana, which eventually led to his death and the death of 900 plus people. A little over a year goes by. The Mills family is living here in this house. The home was located in Berkeley, California, and living there at the house was Al and Jeannie, and also there was one of their daughters, Daphne, and their son, Eddie. On February 26, 1980, another tragedy occurs. Police are called to the Mills home where 3 bodies have been found inside. Al and Jeannie both found shot to death, and their 15-year-old daughter, Daphne, was also found shot to death. All 3 have been shot execution style. There was one other person in the house at that time. He was left completely unharmed and claimed he did not hear or see anything. That would be 17-year-old Eddie Mills. This is him, obviously younger. Eddie Mills actually tested positive on his fingertips for gunshot residue. However, the gun was never found. And it sounded like he was trying to implicate what was known as the hit squad. There were unfounded claims that Jim Jones had set up these hit squads to take care of defectors from the cult. And the fact that this family was shot execution style in the middle of the night, it seemed like a professional type hit. However, police never found evidence of any of these so-called hit squads. Jim Jones certainly wasn't involved with it. He was already dead. He died over a year prior, as was most of the people from that cult. The people who would have ordered something like that, they were gone. Who murdered 3 members of the Mills family, and why? Now, by 1983, Eddie Mills, the surviving member of this massacre, he received about half of the $500,000 estate of his now deceased parents. And so there were people who were going, oh, okay, this was obviously motivated by money. The thing is the gun was never found. There was never any other evidence that showed that Eddie actually did it. However, like I said, he did have gunshot residue on his fingers. Did he touch the victims shortly after the murders and there was a transfer of gunshot residue? It has happened before. It is possible, but it sounds like he found them, a while after it actually happened. And so I don't know if a transfer like that could happen in that case. Eventually, Eddie, turns into an adult and he begins his adult life and he actually moves out of the United States. In 2005, he returns back to the U.S. where he is promptly arrested and charged with the triple homicide. However, the prosecution had no evidence. All they had was the gunshot residue. That was it. Without a murder weapon, without any kind of confession, without any other physical evidence, there was nothing they could do. And so charges against Eddie were dropped. Was this family murdered by their own loved one? Or did Jim Jones have some sort of pull from beyond the grave? Maybe these hit squads were real, and maybe they've gone back into the shadows, never to be seen or heard from again. The sad fact of the matter is the murder of the Mills family remains unsolved. An explosion, a shooting, and this guy is all smiles. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Nathan Pastrana and Ryan Helbert. Viewer discretion is advised. Pictured here is a Sonic drive-thru restaurant located in Bellevue, Nebraska. It was November 21st, 2020. The police are called initially about an explosion at the Sonic drive-thru, and then within minutes they get more phone calls with regards to a shooting at the same drive-thru. Police and rescue arrive and they confirm there is a massive explosion here, and it was actually caused by a U-Haul truck being driven into the restaurant. At the restaurant, there were 5 total employees there. 2 of them had been shot and were rushed to the hospital, and they would end up surviving. There was a 3rd employee that I'm not sure if they were shot or not, but they didn't go to the hospital or anything, though. Unfortunately, the last 2 employees there at Sonic were not so lucky. 22-year-old employee Nathan Pastrana and 28-year-old employee Ryan Helbert were dead. Both had been shot and killed. At the scene, there was another individual, and it was more than obvious that this was the person who drove the U-Haul into the restaurant and shot the employees. This guy looks like Where's Waldo if he was swallowed by Jabba the Hutt. Roberto Silva Jr., literally smiling after he murdered 2 people and drove a U-Haul into a restaurant, causing it to explode. He was still at the scene, and he was promptly arrested. He would end up being charged with the murders. Now, why did he do this? Well, about a week prior to this incident taking place, he had gone to that Sonic and tried to pay for $57 worth of food using somebody else's stolen Sonic app profile. The employees caught on and they called police. He was arrested. He was released on bail and he was free to do what he did. Perhaps if the guy was in jail, this never would have happened. But it wasn't a serious crime he was initially charged with, so I understand. It's just, eventually Roberto Silva Jr. pleads guilty to 2 counts of murder and 13 other charges related to this incident. And here's the kicker. Apparently he is mentally unwell. You don't say. According to specialists and doctors who have been working closely with him, he is still not considered competent to be sentenced for his crimes. The prosecution is going for the death penalty, but they have to literally sit there and play the waiting game until they determine he is okay enough to be sentenced. Apparently he's okay enough to be charged and convicted, but not okay enough to be sentenced. I don't understand that. These are just 2 good dudes, right? Just working, just doing their job. I don't even know if they had anything to do with the initial thing that happened a week prior, the fraud thing. 2 entire families now who have this horrific loss. And it's not fair that their killer is still just sort of lingering in limbo. But hopefully one day very, very soon, because the most recent update was here in 2025, but hopefully very soon these 2 men finally get the justice they very rightfully deserve. He'd only been dating her for a few weeks, and then he became a wanted fugitive. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Nicole Russo. Viewer discretion is advised. I apologize for not having a clear photo of her. I just can't seem to find one. But at the time of this case, Nicole Russo is just 16 years old, and she's living in Brick, New Jersey with her family. And by all accounts, it just sounds like she was your normal teenage girl. And a couple or a few weeks prior to this case starting, she had started dating this guy here, Louis, and I might say his last name wrong here, Louis Orcinoli. He had already met Nicole's parents. The parents approved of him. He seemed like a good guy. And even though the relationship was still pretty new, everyone seemed to think that their relationship was good. On March 12th, 1995, Nicole Russo would tell her parents, "I'm going to be going out with Louis tonight. I will call you if I plan to stay the night at his apartment." And by the way, at the time of this case, Louis was, I believe, about 19 years old. At any rate, Nicole never called her parents that night. As a matter of fact, her parents have never seen or heard from her ever again. Nicole's dad contacts Louis pretty much right away after he felt something was off. Louis tells him, "Well, I dropped her off in Brooklyn." He said they had an argument and she got out of the car. She took all of her clothes. She took, I guess, this portable radio she had, and she just left, and so I drove away. He said that she was going to be walking to her ex-boyfriend's place. Louis did tell the father that, she left her backpack here at my apartment. It was like a hotel or motel that he was living in, and it was her Mickey Mouse backpack, and that her parents thought that was really weird because the backpack was basically her purse. And so it's just odd. There's no way that she would have left it at the apartment. And everything from that point on just seems really suspicious. She did not go to the ex-boyfriend's apartment. He hadn't even heard from her that night. And they were able to determine that the ex-boyfriend could not have done anything to her. And so all eyes fell right back onto Louis. And pretty quickly after she disappeared, he was indicted for her murder, despite not having a body. Well, Louis goes on the run. He becomes a fugitive, despite initially denying having anything to do with her disappearance. Well, the thing is he did not deny it to everyone. Louis had an uncle named Bernard Mancuso. According to Bernard, Louis told him in detail what he did to Nicole. He said he had struck Nicole over her head 6 or maybe 7 times. He did so with a crowbar. He took a knife and he slit her throat. He wrapped her body up in a carpet and garbage bags. He then took the body to Long Island, where he then dumped the body in a random dumpster, and then he fled. Louis was not a fugitive for very long, however. He was eventually captured at the airport in Los Angeles. The prosecution then presents their case, stating that they believe that Nicole was murdered inside of Louis's motel room apartment, because they actually found blood spatter in the apartment in a couple different locations. With it being 1995, I don't know if they ever really definitively said that that was for sure Nicole's blood, but it was blood. It was human blood. They also found her clothing at his apartment, and he had told police that she had taken everything with her. Not to mention the fact that she left her backpack, which was her purse. They also had evidence in the apartment that there was obvious signs of a cleanup, a big, extensive cleanup. Now, while awaiting trial, Lewis here tries to put a hit out on his uncle and his uncle's wife. He tries to hire a hitman to have them killed because they are pretty much the main witnesses here. He confessed in bloody detail to them, or to him at least. Well, luckily that hit was stopped. In November of 1996, Lewis was found guilty and convicted and sentenced to life in prison with a minimum parole period of 40 years. And now, to this day, he continues to rot in his prison cell, still never revealing where the body is or really ever admitting actual guilt. It does sound like the authorities believe that her body was likely incinerated or just destroyed. If you put her body in a dumpster and that dumpster wasn't, searched for a very, very long time, it's going to be impossible to find her. And they likely will never find her. Even if this dude grew a conscience, which he won't. But, hopefully he'll be in prison for the rest of his life. And Nicole got the justice she very rightfully deserved. This is the story of what people have described as the worst death imaginable. If you're extremely claustrophobic, you may not want to listen to the story, so trigger warning. This was the entrance to the Nutty Putty Cave in Utah. Known for its extremely narrow passageways, it has a length of approximately 1,355 feet and is about 145 feet deep. On November 24th, 2009, the fate of the Nutty Putty Cave would collide with the fate of recently married, father of one, 26-year-old John Edward Jones. And his wife was pregnant with their second child. John was known as someone who had a genuine love for people. He had a bright sense of humor, and he loved his daughter. And John was actually studying to become a pediatric cardiologist. Sadly, this will not come to fruition. At 8 p.m. on November 24th, 2009, John and 9 of his friends would enter the Nutty Putty Cave. Everything, oh god, I can't stand looking at this. Oh, the idea of being, so I'm claustrophobic as fuck. Everything was going great for them for roughly an hour. They made it to the biggest room of the cave, yay! But John decided he wanted to up the challenge and go through a really narrow section that's known as the birth canal. Unfortunately for John, he went first. It turns out John may not have actually entered the birth canal, but instead an area called Ed's Push, a passageway that actually doesn't lead to anywhere. But John kept pushing forward inch by inch until he couldn't go forward anymore. And he actually ended up getting stuck in a narrow fissure that went down. So he was literally upside down in an area that was measured as just 10 inches by 18 inches, or generally the size of the opening of a washing machine. And he was about 6 foot, 200 pounds. So John was stuck. So he's basically trapped about 100 feet below the ground. His friends tried and tried and tried, but they couldn't get him out. He tried wiggling and wiggling and wiggling, but nothing. Anytime they actually got a little bit of movement to pull him out, once they let go, he slid back down. This is when a rescue team was called in, and when one of them got to him in the cave, he told one of the rescuers, "Thank you so much for coming, but I just really, really want to get out of here." All they were able to see is John's feet. They tried lubing up and oiling up the walls, nothing. They tried drilling through rock. They hooked him up to things to try to pull him out that way, nothing. By the way, this is the representation of what it looked like. At one point, they were successfully able to pull him back several feet, but then the rope slipped and he slid back down. After 29 hours of suffering and being stuck upside down, John died. They have now sealed off the only entrance to the cave and memorialized John. The owl did it. The owl actually killed someone. Hello, true crimeers. This is another worst animal attacks. Viewer discretion is advised. You look like a melted marshmallow. So this story occurred in Los Banos, California. It was 1985. Unfortunately, I don't have a photo of the victim. Some passers-by noticed a big rig had been parked to the side of the road near Los Banos, and the truck was still running. A few hundred yards from the truck, they found a man lying on the ground. The man, later identified as Robert Schmidt, who was a trucker from San Jose, he was pronounced dead at the scene. Many of you will recall the story of Michael and Kathleen Peterson, the staircase case, in which there was a very pronounced theory that a barn owl attacked Kathleen. The video clip I showed at the beginning is a recreation from the HBO show The Staircase, but basically stating that the owl killed her, but not her husband. I very much still think that's complete horseshit. But in terms of Robert Schmidt, he is one of the very few people, at least officially, who has been listed as being killed by an owl. His truck had a dent in it, and what they theorize is that he may have actually struck an owl. He got out of the car to see what it was. It was nighttime when this occurred. His body was covered in what the coroner described as like chicken or talon scratches. Most of the injuries, which were very deep, were to his face and to his scalp. But he also had some very deep cuts to his chest, all that appeared to have come from some sort of talon. They were described as lacerations or tiny needle-like puncture wounds. Ugh, by the way, this owl looks like a freaking mushroom with eyes. Anyway, the coroner eventually would come to the conclusion that this was an owl attack. Some try to suggest that he may have been killed by a snake, but the injuries were not even remotely consistent with that. Mainly due to the fact that a snake doesn't have talons and can't leave scratch marks on a person. But barn owls aren't poisonous. There was a lot of blood loss, and ultimately what they came to the conclusion is that he ultimately died from shock. And not like literally like he died of fright. He died of like shock from the amount of blood loss, because he was there alone on the side of the road for probably at least a few hours. Robert Schmidt had no underlying medical issues. He was a big guy, but an owl was able to take him out. And if that doesn't terrify you enough of owls, even though it's really only happened one official time, let it be a lesson that these little demon rats, they will do it to you. They will murder you. This is why I'm terrified of these creatures. They're horrifying. At least 7 women would die by his hands. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of serial killer Paul Runge. Viewer discretion is advised. Paul Runge is a piece of shit, but he was from Oak Forest, Illinois. From a very early age, it was clear that something was wrong with him. His mother died when he was 17, and that kind of just seemed to push him over the edge. The same year his mom died, he kidnapped and raped a 14-year-old girl. He then turned himself in, was convicted of this. He was sentenced to 14 years, but was paroled early in 1994. He was in prison for about 7 years. This was Stacy Frobel. She was good friends with Paul's now wife, a woman named Charlene. Well, she was last seen on January 4th, 1995. She had gone to the home of Paul and his wife. After this, she is never seen again. 2 weeks later, after she'd already been reported missing, a dog finds 2 human legs in the woods. They would later be identified as belonging to Stacy Frobel. I believe the rest of her remains were eventually found, and they determined that she had been killed by blunt force trauma. Later, they discovered that she was struck over the head with a dumbbell by Paul Runge. I don't know where his wife was at this time, because she was her friend. These were his next victims. They were Bosnian sisters who had come to the States to, find the American dream. I don't want to say their names wrong, these 2 women right here, so I'm not going to try saying them. I don't want to butcher their names. These sisters were last seen alive on July 11th, 1995. This is because Paul Runge had put an ad in the paper for house cleaners, and they responded to it. Once they were reported missing, police, I believe, found out that, they had gone to this home responding to an ad. And I believe they actually staked out the couple, but nothing came from it. Police would later learn that the 2 sisters were murdered, dismembered, and thrown in trash bins. In January of 1997, this woman here, and again, I don't want to say her name wrong, well, she had put out an ad selling a home, and they found out later that Paul Runge was one of the people who responded to that ad. And then subsequently, she goes missing. Her body was later found in her home that had been set on fire, and her burned remains were found inside of it. February 1997. Yolanda Gutierrez and Jessica Muniz, Yolanda had put out an ad selling some sports equipment. Paul Runge, later they found out, responded to that ad and went to their apartment where the mother and daughter lived. Their bodies were later found inside the apartment after Paul set it on fire. Yolanda and Jessica both were found with their throats slit, and they had both been raped. They later found out that they were tortured for several hours before they were killed. March of 1997, again, this is a name I don't want to mispronounce. Well, she had put out an ad selling her condominium, and so Paul Runge responds to the ad. And just like the previous victims, she had been found in her burned-out apartment. She was murdered prior to the fire, and she had been raped. So I know that the police and the FBI in Chicago, Illinois, because this is where that all happened, they were on to Paul Runge and I guess his wife after the two sisters had vanished, and they were also connecting him to the first victim, Stacy. In 1996, the FBI had actually searched the home that he shared with his wife, and also his father lived there too. They took hundreds of pieces of evidence, but it wouldn't be until May of 1997 when they were finally able to put him back in prison because he broke his parole, because they found a weapon in his home. He wasn't supposed to have one. For the next couple of years, they were fighting like hell to keep him in prison. When he was sent to a parole board again, he showed absolutely no remorse for the rape he committed back in the 80s. And that's what this whole, he was back in prison for the parole for that case. Nothing to do with the murders at this point. Now, finally, they were able to take DNA evidence found with the mother and daughter victims, Yolanda and Jessica, and they were able to link his DNA to those murders. So he was finally charged with those murders, and then when they had him, he just confessed to all the other ones. He confessed to 5 more murders, including the ones he was already suspected of committing, of Stacy and the 2 sisters from Bosnia. It's unbelievable that he wasn't arrested or detained or anything after those 2, because, there would be more victims, including a child. He goes on trial for the murder of Yolanda and Jessica, and he is found guilty. There was that DNA evidence that directly connected him to the case, plus he confessed to him. And so Paul Runge was sentenced to death. But in 2011, the state of Illinois, the death penalty was abolished in Illinois. And so his sentence was commuted to life in prison without parole. The rest of the cases he never really went to trial for, even though he has been now connected to all of them. But because he now has life in prison without the possibility of parole literally ever, they didn't want to waste time going through trial after trial just to get the same sentence. Which is kind of a bummer, because that means that several of these victims don't technically get justice, not in their names. But you can still state that the guy who committed all of these murders, there's a good chance he committed more. That at least he will never be free again. He will never be paroled. He will never be able to hurt any woman ever again. And by the way, with regards to his wife, Charlene, in terms of where she is now, I don't know. I do know that police and the FBI believe that she had played a part in some of these killings. However, she was granted immunity from any of the charges related to this case in order to testify against Paul. So if she was involved, well, she got away with it. For 35 years, the question still remains: who was Penny Doe? Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of the Penny Doe. Viewer discretion is advised. On a warm July 22nd, 1990 afternoon, 4 children were outside playing in Monroe Township, Pennsylvania, near this tunnel. As they got closer to the tunnel, they noticed something inside. And I believe it was kind of right on the outskirts of the tunnel. They saw a human skull. Then they noticed the rest of the skeleton. And they immediately, obviously these are kids, became very frightened, and so they ran all the way home, where they told their adults that something bad had happened. So police arrived, and sure enough, they confirmed there was a human body inside this tunnel. It was almost nearly skeletonized, with really not much flesh or anything like that. The remains had no identification with them. This was the first rendering they made of the victim, which they determined was a woman. She had been killed by blunt force trauma to her skull. And they believe that her time of death was sometime between 6 to 8 weeks prior to her being found. Given that, it's a warm summer, the body's going to decompose a little bit faster. She was clothed, and in her pants, in each one of her pockets, they found a penny. Not this exact one, but. So they gave her the nickname Penny Doe. Penny Doe at the time was wearing size 9 Gitano Express jeans, size 7 Fruit of the Loom brand underwear, and a black button-down shirt with attached floral vest made by Stoplight of California. She was not wearing any shoes or socks. There was no jewelry found with her remains, and they also had no bra. Given the state of her remains, they had a very hard time distinguishing how old she was, and they could really just speculate that between 20 and 40 years old. She did have shoulder-length, dark brown hair. They estimated she probably weighed somewhere between 105 and 120 pounds, and she was between 4'10" and 5'6". She did also have a broken right leg. I don't know if it was like broken during the attack that led to her death, or if it was like broken prior and it was like healing. This was another rendering of the Penny Doe, but authorities believed that she was not local to that area in Pennsylvania, that she was likely visiting from outside the area, or she was abducted elsewhere and brought to this area. They did say that based on her teeth, she may have come from an area with fluoride in the water, since her teeth had no fillings and no sign of decay. She did have a chipped upper right tooth. This is a third rendering of the victim. Police can only speculate. They're not positive if she attended this, but on Sunday, May 27th, 1990, there was this large outdoor rock concert going on, which brought in a lot of people from outside the area. Speculation is that she may have been at that rock concert, but they're just guessing. As the years go by, as women are reported missing in this area, or even outside the area, they have been able to compare and rule out those missing women to being the Penny Doe. And to this day, here in 2025, they still have absolutely no idea who she is. They know she was murdered, somebody killed her, and then dumped her body in that tunnel for children to find. I feel like it's always kids that find these horrific things. I was reading an article that one of the girls who was there who found her, it's traumatized her. She sees the image of this skull inside her mind every time she closes her eyes. It's just sad all the way around. But surely someone somewhere out there has got to know who is Penny Doe and what exactly happened to her. And perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information, please contact the Pennsylvania State Police at 814-226-1710. Happy couple, right? Except they're both in prison for murder. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Sandy Dial. Viewer discretion is advised. At the time this case occurred, Sandy Dial is a 34-year-old mother to two, and she at the time was going through a divorce. Her soon-to-be ex-husband and father of the two children was named Lynn Dial. They had started the divorce proceedings in about late 1990 or so, and they were still co-parenting successfully both girls. On December 13th, 1991, Sandy Dial had plans to hang out with a friend that night. Lynn was going to have the two girls with him. Sandy Dial never returned home. She was never seen alive again. She would be reported missing, but sadly 2 days later, she was found. On December 15th, 1991, Sandy's body was found inside her car. She had been shot through the right side of her head with a shotgun, and she was also without her clothing. This was very obviously a murder. The car had no other signs of a struggle. There were some shoe impressions and tracks next to her car where it was found. It was found in a really remote location, an area that Sandy had no business being in. They wanted to know who it was she was supposed to be hanging out with that night. Well, it was her very close friend, D. Ellen Bella. Sandy and D. Ellen had been friends for several years because the two of them used to work together. And at the time this case occurred, D. Ellen is dating a man named Don Dial, the brother of Sandy's now ex-husband, Lynn. Don Dial was a former police officer. When questioned by police, D. Ellen said that Sandy never even got to her house that night. There were plans, but she never arrived. They did inform police about a man named Leon Andrews. I guess she was dating him at the time and they were planning on getting married. Well, Leon's ex-wife Loretta had a confrontation with Sandy at one point, threatening her. However, they looked into both Leon and the ex-wife of Leon, and they were able to confirm that there was no way they could have participated in this murder. Then, Sandy's sister found out that Sandy had recently purchased, you guessed it, a life insurance policy. And it was a $30,000 policy that would be payable to her now ex-husband, Lynn. Sandy had plans, and she was intending to remove Lynn from the insurance policy and swap it out with someone else. However, she never got the opportunity to do so because she was murdered. Then they discovered that D. Ellen Bella, this supposed friend, well, there was also a life insurance policy in Sandy's name that would be payable to her. Her claim was that Sandy had made D'Ellen the beneficiary on this particular account, which would have been about $100,000, because Sandy trusted D'Ellen to make sure the two girls would go to college. She couldn't rely on anyone else, according to D'Ellen. But to Sandy's family, they were like, what? We're close. We're a close family. That doesn't make sense. When police got a hold of the life insurance policy that was being payable to D'Ellen, the signature, which would have supposed to have been Sandy's signature, did not look anything like her actual signature. And that life insurance policy came to be just 6 months prior to Sandy's murder. They also discovered that on that life insurance policy, her two girls were initially the beneficiary, but somehow, some way, it was switched over to D'Ellen being the sole beneficiary. They actually fingerprinted this life insurance document, and they found a set of fingerprints, none of them belonging to Sandy, all of them belonging to D'Ellen. Now, D'Ellen had 2 kids of her own, and she said she was home all night with her kids, but when police talked to the children, they say, we can't remember if she was with us that night. Don, her boyfriend, the brother-in-law of Sandy, said, I was home alone that night in my apartment. Well, police believe that Sandy was killed somewhere else, and then she was driven out in her own car to the area where she was found. Witnesses said they saw 2 different cars driving in that area the time that Sandy would have likely been left there. One witness pointed out one of them was Dawn's car. The dump site was actually really close to where Dawn lived. There were witnesses who said they thought they saw a man searching in the car, possibly for a purse. So police were able to piece together that Dawn and D'Ellen they planned this murder of Sandy in order to get this money. That this was a financial murder. Don Dial and D'Ellen Bella are then arrested and charged with conspiracy to commit murder. Sandy's ex-husband Lynn was at one point indicted with connections to this case. I believe something to do with like the life insurance policy issue, but those charges were dropped. They had no physical evidence or proof to show that Lynn was directly involved in this murder. And quite honestly, there really wasn't much physical evidence at the crime scene to actually point to them either, but that forged life insurance policy that was then payable to D'Ellen, along with the fact that that policy had been changed just a few months prior, it was enough circumstantial evidence to convince the jury. Don Dial and D'Ellen Bella were both tried separately, both convicted of the same charges. Don Dial was sentenced to 80 years in prison, where he still rots in his prison cell to this very day, and based on his age when he was convicted, he will never breathe free air again. D'Ellen Bella was also convicted and sentenced to 50 years in prison and will be eligible to be released in 2077. Odds are she will also die in a prison cell. A happy, kind mother to 2 young girls, killed for about $130,000, in which both people really didn't get to spend that money, and now they're in prison for the rest of their lives. Was it worth it? So please remember and acknowledge, it's never worth it. This young boy was found stuffed into a drain pipe. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Jon Jonsson. This is a case about a child, so just be aware of that. Viewer discretion is advised. This case occurred in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. 5-year-old Jon Jonsson attended this school here, James Rhodes Elementary in Philadelphia, and that is where he was on October 21st, 1983. School would let out sometime around 2:30 or so. Jon would typically walk home, but on this particular day, he never got home. He would never come home again. Jon's mother arrived home from work at approximately 6 p.m. that same night and realized that her son was not there. So by 6:10 p.m., she contacts police to report him missing. So a search for the 5-year-old boy begins immediately. They have police, family, friends, volunteers all searching for him. Through their investigation, police did learn that there was at least one witness who saw Jon holding hands with a man and walking away from the school. And this sighting was just before 3 p.m. But nobody seemed to recognize the man. Police did zero in on one particular suspect, the ex-boyfriend of Jon's mom. Apparently this guy was violent. He had a history of abuse, but to my understanding, he was never actually formally arrested or indicted or anything. The most important thing here was, where is Jon? Unfortunately, that answer came by the end of the weekend. The body of 5-year-old Jon Jonsson was found stuffed into a drain pipe, and they believe he was put in there by his killer in order for him to drown. The 5-year-old boy had numerous blunt force trauma injuries to his skull. They believed he had been struck over the head numerous times with a metal pipe. There was also indications that the 5-year-old boy was raped. I'm not 100% sure if the cause of death was the blunt force trauma or drowning, but I'm guessing because they indicated that he was put in there to drown, I'm guessing that he drowned in the water that was in there. And so this young boy, he suffered. These ones are always, these ones are always hard to cover. 5 years old. 5 years old. An innocent, happy little kid. And the fact of the matter is that whatever monster did this to him has never been caught. We're now here in, 2025. This happened in 1983. It's been over 40 years and nothing. I was reading an article that the family is understandably incredibly frustrated because they have been trying to push for DNA testing to take whatever evidence was found at the scene where his body was found, process it again, and see if they can find something on it. They didn't have the technology back in 1983, but they do have evidence that they still have in a sealed box somewhere that now with today's technology, you could take a tiny speck of something and turn it into a whole DNA profile. And then you could put that into a genetic genealogy database or ancestry.com, and you can find the family of the person who did this and then narrow it down. We know it's possible. It gets done all the time now. But for some reason, it just doesn't appear to be happening in this case. According to one article, they state that there are over 600 unsolved murders from this, time frame, from that area. And so there is this massive backlog. And so, the family of Sean and the family of all those other victims are just kind of playing the waiting game. When is something going to happen? When are we going to do something? When are we going to test this evidence? And really, it's ultimately about putting pressure on the police. Just because it's been decades since this all happened doesn't mean it can't be solved. We see these things solved all the time now. So there is definitely hope. They can take DNA, hopefully found somewhere from his remains or the evidence, and maybe put it against the ex-boyfriend who had a violent temper. Rule him out or show that he's the one, and then go on from there. But I get it. It's a lot of work, and there's a lot of cases, and it takes time. I just wish there was a way these things could be expedited. But someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about who did this to 5-year-old Sean Jenkins. Perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the murder of 5-year-old Sean Jenkins, please contact the Philadelphia Police Department at 215-686-3388. A 7-year-old girl was lured into a public restroom, and what followed was unimaginable horror. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Charisse Iverson. Viewer discretion is advised. Charisse was born on October 20th, 1989 in Los Angeles, California. Unfortunately, she only got to live for 7 years, so there is not much of a backstory on her. It was Memorial Day weekend, May 25th, 1997, in Primm, Nevada. Charisse and her family were there on vacation. At approximately 3:30 a.m. at the Prima Donna Resort, Charisse was basically left on her own while her father was upstairs gambling. Charisse would be caught on CCTV as she was kind of roaming around the arcade, and there were several other people there as well. Sometime shortly after 4 a.m., Charisse's body was discovered in the women's restroom. Someone had tried to shove her in the toilet, and it appeared that someone had also sexually assaulted her. Once police had the CCTV footage, they found something kind of disturbing. A younger white male was walking around the arcade at one point with a friend. But then this footage picks him up playing with what appears to be the 7-year-old girl, Charisse Iverson. He's kind of following her around at different arcade machines, and then at one point they're playing hide-and-go-seek. Police would later find more footage of this man outside the hotel, and a few days later they were able to discover who it was. It was an 18-year-old man named Jeremy Strohmeyer. He had been in Primm, Nevada with a friend and his family. They were visiting from Long Beach, California. he was actually arrested in Long Beach. And this was because police had been sharing images of this man at the casino who was just wanted for questioning, and his own friends and family recognized him, so they turned him in. So he was extradited back to Las Vegas. Jeremy was adopted by a very wealthy family when he was really, really young. And from there, he led a very, very privileged life. He basically got anything he wanted. He even had his own private jet. When he was shown the CCTV footage and presented with, evidence, he just basically confessed. And I do want to give you a bit of a trigger warning because what I'm about to tell you is extremely disturbing. Jeremy and his 17-year-old friend David Cash were roaming the arcade. Charisse had this wadded up paper towel that she was throwing, and it accidentally hit Jeremy. Jeremy decided to take this opportunity to play with her and play hide and go seek around the arcade. He tells police that at that point he said the safest and best place for you to hide Charisse would be in the women's restroom. And she took his advice and she went into the women's restroom. Jeremy and his friend David then proceeded to go into the women's restroom shortly after her. All of that of them all walking into the restroom was caught on camera. He says they played for a few minutes, and then he suddenly put his hand around her mouth and dragged her into the handicap stall. David Cash went into the stall opposite and was kind of looking over. He said at that point she was struggling, trying to scream, and she was flailing about when two women came into the restroom, and he made sure that she was quiet. And both men kind of hid. After the women left the restroom, Jeremy, he began to, he said, fondle the little girl because he was attracted to her. And then he sexually assaulted her. And then at one point, his friend just leaves the restroom. But then Jeremy decides, well, this little girl knows what I look like and what I just did to her, so now she needs to be silent. He says he strangled her for a few minutes, but she kind of slipped in and out of consciousness but didn't die. He then says he took his hand underneath her chin and another hand behind her head and snapped her neck, he said, like he had seen in the movies. It still didn't work. She was still alive and still flailing. So then he grabbed her again in the same way and he snapped her neck a second time. Then he says he realized she was dead. He folded her body in half and tried to shove her in the toilet. And then he just calmly walked out 20 minutes later and went about his business. And the camera picks him up acting completely normal, like nothing happened. During Jeremy's confession, the detective said he was just totally calm, cool, and collected, like it was nothing. They asked him, did you at any point try to give her CPR to maybe, reverse what you did after he strangled her? He said, no, I just knew I had to kill her. So I killed her. During their investigation, they found out that all of the girlfriends he had in the past, he tried to make them dress up like little girls. When all of this came about, his adopted parents found out that his birth parents both struggled with severe mental health issues, but the adoption agency never foreclosed that information. So his adopted parents would later sue the system. And this whole thing actually ended up changing adoption laws, at least in California, where now all of that information about the parents has to be disclosed. Prosecutors would seek the death penalty for Jeremy, but he would eventually just plead guilty so that he didn't get the death penalty, and he was sentenced to life in prison without parole. His friend David Cash was never prosecuted. David Cash even told a newspaper that he didn't dwell on the murder. He said, quote, I'm not going to get upset over somebody else's life. I just worry about myself first. I'm not going to lose sleep over somebody else's problems, end quote. He later said, I don't feel remorse because I didn't know her. He would only be labeled as the bad Samaritan, but he got off scot-free. That later led to bills in Nevada that required people to report crimes. Her father also wasn't punished, even though he was told not to leave her alone.
This was an interesting true crime documentary that I just watched today. It's called The Speedway Murders. You can watch it on Hulu. And it is about the very eerie, unsolved quadruple homicide in Indiana known as the Burger Chef Murders, where one night these four individuals were closing down the restaurant and then they vanished, only to be found a couple of days later in the woods, brutally murdered. And to this very day, it remains unsolved. I actually, oh God, look at my giant head. I covered this case back in 2022, and that was about a year before this documentary came out. I had no idea even it existed until today. It premiered in 2023. And here's the thing, it's a really unique approach at the true crime documentary. So I've talked about in the past how, like, when I watch a true crime show, I don't like when it's just nothing but reenactments. I feel like you understand the case better when you see visuals, when you see, like, the crime scene photos and stuff like that. The CCTV footage, the interviews they do at police stations. Because seeing that stuff raw, basically, it really does throw you as the audience directly into the situation. And so when it's like just simply only recreations, I feel like it takes away. I don't really like those. But what this one does, it's really unique. I've never seen this before. So the 4 victims are shown here, played by, actors. And usually when you see reenactments like on Unsolved Mysteries or Forensic Files or whatever, the actors rarely ever speak. You're just kind of seeing it, what happens with dramatic music. But they're actually like performing this. It's like a movie within a documentary. But the most unique aspect to this, and it's really kind of like, I don't know, it really sucks you into it, is that the 4 victims also break the fourth wall, so to speak, and they are in that restaurant trying to, piece together what happened to them. So, like, they'll occasionally look at the camera and speak to the audience and say, like, who did I see? Whoa. Who was it that walked in, or something like that. They're actually sifting through the case files and all of the interviews and stuff. And again, these are the victims, obviously portrayed by actors, and they're acting out the actual scenario that likely happened, but also they're speaking to basically each other in a way of speaking to us. It's a really interesting way of approaching this. But they also show like the old interviews, they show police interviews, crime scene stuff like that. And so yeah, the way they approached this documentary just felt so different. It felt fresh. It felt original. And to me, it like really humanized the victims. Because there's even a point in the documentary where they mention like, we always hear about the killers. We always hear about who they are, what they did, how they grew up. But the victims are always just known as the victim. And so it takes the approach that I like to take where you talk about the victim and not so much about the killer. Which, first of all, you don't even know who the killer or killers are in this situation. The other thing they do is they take the same approach that kind of like that HBO scripted version of The Staircase did, where they showed us all 3 possible scenarios on how Kathleen Peterson could have died on that staircase. They sort of do that here. They kind of rewind and go back to the beginning. They'll say something like, well, this is the burger restaurant theft theory. At any rate, it's an hour and 50 minutes longer, so I would definitely recommend it. So again, it's called The Speedway Murders, but it's about the burger chef murders. And these are some of the suspects that they give you. I really do kind of feel like, based on what they showed in the interviews that people did, I feel like now I think I have a better understanding of who might have done this, because it all kind of pieced together like a nice little puzzle. But then you also will never know for sure, because pretty much most of these suspects are dead. Anyway, if you've never seen it, you should watch it. It's on Hulu. It's good. I liked it. So yeah, there you go. Okay. He was apparently inspired by this scene from The Shining. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of the Red Rum Killer. Viewer discretion is advised. This was 41-year-old Stanley Detweiler, and he lived in Reading, Pennsylvania at the time this case occurred. He was living in an apartment that he shared with a roommate. So the night before this case occurred, Stanley's roommate named David, he had met a 16-year-old named Michael Boatland, and David gave Michael the address where he lived. So apparently they met at a bar, and then David was bragging that he and his roommate had a lot of money and that they had this really nice, fancy new stereo. And so Michael told his 22-year-old friend named John Calvaresi about this, and the two hatched a plan. They were going to rob this apartment that David lived in. It was July 25th, 1987. It was the middle of the night, or at least at some point in the night, where both Stanley and David were asleep in their own bedrooms. And suddenly, their apartment door had been kicked in. 41-year-old Stanley Detweiler was awoken by this loud noise and went out to the living area to see what was going on. It was then he was confronted by 2 men who he did not know. 16-year-old Michael Boatland and 22-year-old John Calvaresi. The 2 men then began to attack Stanley Detweiler, punching him, kicking him. He fell to the ground. He managed to get to the apartment door, where he was about halfway out the door when he was dragged back in by the 2 men. John Calvaresi then goes into the apartment, takes a knife, and begins to stab Stanley. They had sliced his neck. While John was basically committing the murder, Michael was grabbing just whatever little things he could take. They got out of that apartment with no money and no stereo. But he did manage to grab a checkbook, which does not sound like it was ever able to be used. Oh, and before they left, John Calvaresi decided to behead Stanley Detweiler. He cut his head off. Then, with Stanley's blood, he took his finger, and he wrote the word red rum on the wall, which is, as most of you probably know, is murder spelled backwards. Made famous by the 1980 film The Shining, where the little boy in that movie says red rum, and writes it on the wall. Apparently the movie had aired on television a couple of days prior to this, and John had seen it. He was inspired by it. It didn't take long. They were able to discover who the attackers were, and so John Calvaresi was arrested, as was Michael Boatland. At his trial, John Calvaresi was very flippant about what happened, didn't seem to care, didn't seem to have any remorse, and just very coldly tells, the court what he did. He was convicted and sentenced to life in prison without parole. Michael Boatland will also go on trial, and he too was found guilty and sentenced to life in prison without parole. John Calvaresi dies in prison in 2016 of natural causes. As for Michael Boatland, well, there was a recent development in his case too. A relatively recent Supreme Court ruling, and this was with regards to the fact that minors who were sentenced to life in prison without parole, well, it's deemed unconstitutional because of their age at the time of the killing, because he was 16, and that they now, because of this new ruling, have to get the option for parole. And so Michael Boatland was resentenced to 40 years in prison with the option for parole, which in 2019 was when this happened for him. He would be eligible for parole after about 10 years. People close to him would say, well, that's just not fair. 10 years is a long time. Just to be happy that he gets to live, I can think of someone who doesn't get to live. Perhaps his family thinks it's unfair that he doesn't get a life, right? He was there. He helped. He knew what was going on. Fuck him. She had a flat tire on the side of the road and has never been seen again. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Stephanie Bueller. Viewer discretion is advised. At the time of this case, Stephanie Michelle Bueller, who would also go by Michelle, Shelly, or her nickname Taxi, she was just 18 years old and living in Houston, Texas. And unfortunately, that's all I know about her. Her case has gotten very little coverage, almost no coverage whatsoever. But in September of 1990, she disappeared forever. She was last seen alive on September 8th, 1990 in Houston. She got into her car and she drove away, fully expecting her to be home later. It never happened. And very shortly after this, within like a day or so, I believe, Stephanie's car was found along Westheimer Road and the Texas 8 Beltway, and her car had a flat tire. Now, this only happened within a half a mile of her home. This was before cell phones and texting and all of that. So what they believe is that Stephanie got out of the car, realizing she couldn't fix a flat tire, and started to walk the half a mile back to her home. But something happened along that half-mile walk. Someone took her. Maybe someone struck her with a vehicle. Maybe she got into someone's vehicle under some sort of ruse. The possibilities of what happened to her are kind of endless because nobody knows. All of Stephanie's belongings were at home. She brought nothing with her. And certainly if she were going to run away on her own, she probably would take her car with her, get it fixed, and go. And so foul play is absolutely believed to be what happened here. Stephanie has 4 tattoos. She has the word taxi with a red and black heart, a musical note, and a zigzag on her upper left arm, the phrase wicked innocence with a long-haired skull on her right shoulder, a cigarette-smoking skull on her left breast, and a red rose with a spider web on the back of her right shoulder. Stephanie at the time was 5'7", weighed approximately 125 pounds, and again, she was 18 years old. And like I said, she left her home earlier that day, got into her car, and I'm not sure exactly where she went, but it appears she was on her way back home when this occurred. Like, someone had to have seen something. This is a relatively busy stretch of road. People are driving by it all the time. And so it's just wild to me that nobody saw a thing. But somebody somewhere out there has got to know the truth about what happened to Stephanie Bueller on that day in 1990. And perhaps that someone is you. Stephanie's case number is 094-532-590. If you have information, please contact the Houston Police Department at 713-884-3131. You can remain anonymous. If you are afraid to come forward, you don't have to say who you are. You just have to say what you know. If you know something, if you saw something, you have got to say something. Please help Stephanie's family bring her home. And if justice needs to be served, please help her get the justice she rightfully deserves. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Stephen Kraft Jr. Viewer discretion is advised. At the time this case occurred, Stephen Kraft Jr. is 12 years old, and he and his family lived here in Benton Harbor in Michigan. The date is February 15th, 2001. Stephen had plans to go hang out with his friend that night, and he was going to bring his 2 dogs with him. He leaves his house sometime between 7 p.m. and 8 p.m. with his dogs, but he never gets to his friend's house. He also never comes home that night. Now later on, they would actually find the 2 dogs and they were fine. After his parents and some of the neighbors did a search for him, they would report him missing at around 1 o'clock in the morning. Now, the neighborhood that they lived in was a very, very close, very tight neighborhood. It's one of those places where like literally everybody knows everyone. It was a very social neighborhood. On an FBI podcast, they would describe Stephen as a rough and tumble kind of kid. He was just someone who always wandered the neighborhood. He liked just walking around, and he was friendly and cordial with everyone. So did someone from the neighborhood take him? Someone he trusted? It's a possibility. But unfortunately, there isn't much more on this case. He is still missing. He has never been found. This was obviously back before everyone had, Ring cameras on their houses. We didn't have surveillance all over our neighborhoods. At the time of his disappearance, Stephen was last seen wearing a blue-green Charlotte Hornets basketball team jacket, a tan and white striped t-shirt, tan parachute pants, and black boots. He had sandy brown hair, and he had green eyes. He was about 5'2" and weighed approximately 100 pounds. It is believed that he met with foul play. Someone has to know something. Someone saw this happen. Somebody found out about it after the fact. The kidnapper and potential murderer had to have spilled the beans to someone, or hinted to people that something wasn't right. And surely that person can come forward now. It's been over 20 years now. It's time. It's time to help bring him home. Unfortunately, his parents will never get to experience that. Both of them have since passed away. This is an age progression photo of him, the most recent one that I could find. He would be 36 years old today. If you have any information on the disappearance of Stephen Kraft Jr., please call 269-926-8221 or Crime Stoppers at 800-342-7867. You can remain anonymous. If you know the answers, please provide them. This is Worst Deaths Imaginable number 9. Viewer discretion is advised. This lovely woman was 56-year-old Clara Paulino. Her husband was a longtime Miami Police Department officer, 58-year-old Aristides Paulino. Officer Paulino had worked a night shift, so around 1 p.m. on August 21st, 2020, Aristides was asleep in bed. So Clara went out to his police SUV and went to the back seat to get something, but it seems to be unclear as to what she was actually trying to get. When she climbed into the backseat, somehow the door closed. I don't know if you've ever been in the backseat of a police vehicle, but because arrestees and prisoners are usually back there, they have mechanisms where you cannot get out of the door from the inside. So Clara was trapped, and it was a blistering 95 degrees outside. I was one time in the back of a police vehicle because I got into a car accident, and it was downpouring, so they put me back there just to keep me, from getting wet. And when he closed the door, I don't know if I've ever felt so much claustrophobia in my life. Because I knew that if I wanted to get out, I couldn't open the door and get out. I had to literally wait for the officer to open the door. So you can almost put yourself into her mindset when this was going on. She didn't have her cell phone. Her husband was asleep. The partition that separates the front of the car from the back, it's locked. It's caged. She could not reach through to honk the horn. So she sat in the back of this vehicle, struggling, trying desperately to get out. She was banging against the windows. And they could tell that because when they found her, she had a bunch of scratches on her hands. They also found her fingerprints everywhere. With the heat rising and her hyperventilating more than likely, she may have also been losing oxygen. She had to have been panicking, desperate to get out, but she couldn't. And a few hours later, around 5:30 p.m. that afternoon, her husband and her son found Clara dead in the back of the car. She had suffered a heat stroke. The likelihood is that this kind of death was very slow and quite possibly very agonizing. To be, like back there breathing in really heavy, panicking, freaking out, your body is overheating. It's almost literally like she was cooked to death. And that's a horror I can't even imagine, and I wouldn't wish on anyone. Just imagine being that helpless and likely knowing I'm gonna die from this. It's horrifying. Rest in peace, Clara.
Please, send an ambulance, please. What's the problem? My wife, I think my wife is dead. Sir? Please, I'm a doctor. I've been trying CPR. Please send somebody quick.
Is she not breathing?
No, she's not breathing. I don't get pulse. Please.
Okay.
Hurry.
You're doing CPR on her?
Yes, I'm trying. Yeah, I'm going to hang up so I can get
All
you,
right.
please.
We'll be right there.
Okay.
Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Susan Hamilton. Viewer discretion is advised. Susan Hamilton was born on January 5th, 1946, and she was born and raised in Oklahoma, and I'm pretty sure that's where she lived her entire life. I know she grew up with at least one sibling, but I'm not too sure how many siblings she had. By the time this case occurred, she had been married to a doctor named John Hamilton. And they lived here in this beautiful home in a very affluent neighborhood of Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. John Hamilton was actually an OBGYN here at this clinic, and Susan actually worked there with him. John would perform abortions in this clinic, which of course prompted a lot of protesters outside the building. And there was always that thought in the back of their mind, would one of these people do something violent, in retaliation? But John and Susan stood their ground. They were very pro-choice. John had basically thought of his wife as just the perfect wife. She was a loving, kind, and caring person. She was someone who just had a heart of gold. But one day someone decided to take her away from the world. It was Valentine's Day, February 14th, 2001. John had ordered a very expensive bouquet of flowers to be delivered to the house, but Susan would never receive them. John performed a brief surgery around 7 or 7:30 that morning. He then comes home. He does something briefly at the house, but then leaves and then goes back to his clinic. And then a little bit later, he goes back to the house. But this time when he comes home, he finds his wife on the floor of the bathroom, dead. Or dying, at least. She was in a pool of blood, and she had 2 of John's neckties around her throat. Nothing else was out of the ordinary. Nothing was stolen. There was no forced entry. John calls 911.
911. Please send an ambulance, please.
What's the problem?
My wife, I think my wife is dead.
Sir?
Please, listen, I'm a doctor. I've been trying CPR. Please send somebody quick.
Is she not breathing?
No, she's not breathing. I don't get pulse. Please.
Okay.
Hurry.
You're doing CPR on her?
Yes, I'm trying. Yeah, I'm going to hang up so I can get
All
you,
right.
please.
We'll be right there.
John claims he tried CPR but was just not successful. By the time rescue arrived, Susan was gone. She was deceased. And very clearly, she was murdered. They have no idea how the killer entered the home, but the back door was open, so that told police that the killer likely left that way. But what were they in there for? Because nothing was stolen. There was no forced entry. Did Susan let the killer in? Or was it someone else who lived there? John was incredibly dramatic in the interrogation room. Very big, very theatrical. Like, it was too much. And that kind of raised some eyebrows. But he said, I had nothing to do with it, and I have no idea who would have done this. He did have an alibi for the early morning hours at the clinic, but there were big chunks of time in that day where he was not accounted for by anyone. During the investigation, police found a Valentine's card on the kitchen counter. And in the card, this was addressed to John from Susan. She wrote in, obviously, I bought this before last Monday. And then in another portion of it, she wrote, quote, I bought my cards 2 weeks ago, so I guess maybe they don't seem as appropriate now. But I do love you. Have a good day, Susan. Implications being that there was something going on in their marriage. They must have had an argument. Something must have happened. The belief is that John had an affair with someone. He was cheating on his wife. But that doesn't necessarily make him a killer. So John, at the crime scene, had blood all over him, all over his clothes. And a lot of that could be indicative of him trying to give CPR to his wife. So some of the stains could be explained that way. But they also found tiny blood spatter drops. A couple of them on his shirt, a few of them on his shoes, and also in the inside of his sleeves. That's something that does not happen during a blood transfer. That is something that occurs when there is blowback from someone being struck over the head, more than likely, and blood spraying into the shirt. A very similar thing was with the Michael Peterson staircase case. He had blood spatter on the inside of his shorts, which again is indicative that they were there during the bludgeoning. They also looked at John's car and they sprayed it with luminol. They found blood on the seat and blood on the steering wheel. Did John kill Susan because of her finding out he was having affairs? Sure the hell seemed that way. Jon could not be accounted for during the time frame that the murder would have happened. There were people outside that morning, and nobody saw anyone leaving the home or entering it. Nobody heard an altercation, screams, or anything. So Jon was arrested and charged with the murder of his wife, Susan. During his trial, the defense brings up an expert to testify about the bloodstains, stating that the bloodstains could obviously have been there from a transfer of him consoling his wife and performing CPR. But when the prosecution asked the expert, the defense's expert, how would blood spatter get inside somebody's sleeve? And the expert, and I commend this, said basically, I'm up here to tell the truth. I can't come up here and lie, even if I have allegiances to people on the defense. There is no way blood spatter got underneath or inside his sleeve unless he was there present during the bludgeoning. And that was very damning towards Jon. Jon is found guilty of the murder of his wife. He would be sentenced to life in prison without parole. Nobody saw it, nobody heard it. So where is she? Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Teresa Dean. Viewer discretion is advised. This case occurred in 1999 here in Macon, Georgia. 11-year-old Teresa Melissa Dean would walk out of her house at approximately 8 p.m. on August 15, 1999. She lived on Lawrence Drive, and she was going to be walking just down the road to a friend's house to go see their new puppies. She was observed by her family leaving the house. This is a walk she made all the time. It was literally just down the street. But Teresa never got to that friend's house. Somewhere along this road, something happened to Teresa, and nobody knows what that is. She never came home that night, and so she was reported missing that night. No sign of her, no traces of her have ever been found. They combed the area and they interviewed neighbor after neighbor. Not one single person heard anything or saw anything. If she was abducted, which is the likely case, nobody saw it happen. Or at the very least, nobody is admitting they saw it happen or heard it happen. And unfortunately, that's really all there is to this case. It went immediately cold. They searched heavily into the wooded areas. They looked for miles and miles around, but never found anything. And with no witnesses, with no evidence, there's not much they can do. I'm pretty sure they interviewed the friend whose house she was supposed to be going to. And they got nothing from that because she didn't make it there, according to everyone. I guess Teresa's mom was dating a guy, and many years down the road, that guy would be convicted of child molestation charges. That boyfriend voluntarily offered to take a polygraph test way back at the beginning of this investigation, and he failed it. He says this is because they, I guess, issued this test improperly. He has claimed that he is a suspect, but the police, oddly enough, have never named him a suspect. Nobody has been named a suspect in this case, not one person, not even a person of interest. There has been some belief that this may have connections with two other missing girls. In 2001, Shannon Nicole Polk, she vanished from Prattville, Alabama. And then in 2003, a young girl named Heaven Ross, she disappeared from Northport, Alabama. All three girls were the same age. All three girls disappeared where there was nearby construction sites, which led authorities to think maybe a construction worker did this. Shannon Polk's body was eventually found, and then in 2006, Heaven Ross's body was found. But Teresa's has not. If you have information about her whereabouts, please call 912-745-1271. Somewhere along this cross-country move, he vanished forever. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Timothy McKay. Viewer discretion is advised. Timothy McKay, pictured here in a younger photo, was actually living in Glendale, Arizona when this case began. When this case occurred, he was 50 years old. Timothy is a veteran. He does not have a family of his own at this time, except, of course, his beloved dog, a German Shepherd. So in 2006, he was planning a move from Glendale, Arizona to go to Florida. So he, along with his German Shepherd, he loaded up his minivan, this is his license plate number up there, got himself a U-Haul trailer, and was going to begin the cross-country road trip. The trip was going to be taking him all the way to Land O'Lakes, Florida, and he was going to be moving in with his grandmother, but Timothy never arrived.
The last known sighting of Timothy is confirmed to be in Beaumont, Texas. In Beaumont, Texas, his trailer was found. His U-Haul trailer, which would have looked like this, was stuck in a ditch. And according to one witness, I guess this happened near an apartment complex, and there was a security guard that tried to help Timothy get the trailer out of the ditch, but I guess they weren't successful. And so Timothy ends up just ditching the entire trailer, and that's it. Nobody has seen him ever since. He never made it to Florida. There have been no more confirmed sightings of him or his dog or his van. It sounds like the police in Glendale, Arizona, because that's where he was starting his trip from, they have this case, but I'm not sure if Texas is also handling it since they have a confirmed sighting of him there. But it is still an active investigation. It is considered a missing persons case. They do not have any proof or evidence that foul play has occurred here, but that being said, the belief is that he is considered endangered missing. They just need to know what happened after he unhooked his van from the trailer and left. Why did he do that? His life was in that trailer. They don't know exactly what he had packed in his van. Did he have clothes? Did he have food? Did he have the means to live off the land in his van? They don't really even think he would have done that, but no one really knows what he had in the van with him other than his dog. So the van is described as a silver blue 1999 Plymouth Voyager. And again, the license plate is this right here, 161TTM. This all happened in 2006, and so the dog is likely no longer alive. Again, Timothy at the time of his disappearance was 50 years old. He was about 5 feet 9 inches tall, approximately 200 pounds. He had light brown hair with hazel eyes, and he would go by Tim to everyone. There is also belief that he may have some unspecified medical condition which requires medication. They just don't know if he has medication with him or if he had it. If alive today, Timothy would be about 69 years old. And there is always that chance that he just decided to pick up and move away somewhere else. But his family just wants to know if that's the case, if he's okay. They want to be able to talk to him and say, what's going on? But, just the circumstances around all of it, it does seem very... I think foul play is certainly a possibility. Someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about what happened to Timothy McKay in 2006, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on his whereabouts or what may have happened to him, please contact the Glendale, Arizona Police Department at 623-930-3000. Police in Georgia are asking for the public's help to help locate this missing man. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Timothy McSears. Viewer discretion is advised. Timothy McSears is a 65-year-old man who is living in the Lafayette, Georgia area. Timothy was last seen here at Mount Zion Baptist Church located on Dunwoody Road in Lafayette, Georgia. A witness says they saw him sometime around 6 p.m. Throwing away trash in the dumpster just outside the church. And from what I understand, he lives right down the road from the church. Timothy's vehicles were found parked in the driveway of his home, but Timothy is not there. There really isn't much more information, though, about the circumstances surrounding his disappearance. Just that he was last seen in the evening of March 6, 2025, and that's about it. It is crucial that he is found as soon as possible because Timothy is diabetic, and from what they can tell, he has none of his medication with him. His cell phone and wallet are also missing. I do not know if they have pinged his cell phone location or not. I'm assuming they have, but he is still missing. The police and family have recently stated that there was a social media post claiming that Timothy McSears has been located. However, as of the time of me filming this video, which is around 1 p.m. on June 18th, 2025, the police and family have stated that that information is completely false. He has not been located. Timothy McSears is still missing. Someone somewhere out there has got to know where Timothy is or what may have happened to him. Hopefully he is somewhere safe, and hopefully they can bring him home alive. If you have any information on the whereabouts of 65-year-old Timothy McSears from Lafayette, Georgia, please call the Walker County Sheriff's Office at 706-670-1953. Hi, did you want to hate Stockton Rush even more? Might I recommend Titan, the Ocean Gate disaster that premiered on Netflix just today? This is not a paid sponsorship. It is about an hour and 50-minute long documentary about the creation of the Titan submersible. If you are looking for a documentary that's solely focusing on the actual disaster and the implosion, you're not getting in this. The incident itself isn't really a part of it until the last 11 minutes. Now, when this disaster happened a couple of years ago, we all pretty much were like, oh, this guy, yeah, piece of crap. Yeah. No, I would actually upgrade that to piece of shit, actually. Stockton Rush was an arrogant, self-centered egomaniac. So many people left the company because they were telling him this isn't right. And his response to them, then leave. You could not tell him that something was wrong. You could not tell him he was wrong about something. This man cut every corner possible. He skirted just under the law. He didn't get the submersible class, which was a requirement. They didn't call the people who would go on it passengers. They basically called them crew members to circumvent legal aspects. There is a very frightening segment of this movie. It's when Stockton goes into Titan on his own and he's recording everything that's going on, and you can hear pop, 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 and then pop, 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 pop. Like it just goes off like a fucking piano or something. You hear the whole of this thing literally cracking. And at one point, there was a physically obvious crack in the hull. He's like, psh, whatever. And then when someone questions him about it, you're fired. Get out. This man did virtually nothing by the book. He knew he was an egomaniac. He knew what everything they were doing was weird. It was different. It was not the normal practices. And this is putting people's lives in jeopardy. And he is still putting on this face as he is the smartest guy in the room. You can trust him. This thing's not going to be a disaster. He was absolutely not the smartest person in the room, because those people told him what was wrong and he made them go away. He even sued one of them. This was such a frustrating documentary to watch, but it's fantastic. It is a lot of, the whole thing is really about the construction of this thing and how it started, all the problems it had, and basically showing Stockton just flipping the bird to everyone who says he's doing it wrong. Like, why was anyone else even there if he just wasn't going to listen to anyone? It's frustrating at the same time. While it's a very well-made documentary, it's just so aggravating because you have 4 people, including him, who died in this horrifying way. And a couple of these guys were billionaires. Yeah, who cares? And that's because they trusted this man. They had no choice but to trust him. They believed that they were going to be safe. But that mission was doomed from the moment that thing touched the ocean. Also, we've had submersibles get down to the Titanic before. Why are we even building something new? Why don't you just redo the same type of thing that we know have made it down there? I'm confused. Oh, because it's cheaper to make a hull out of carbon fiber. We can cut corners that way. It'll be fine. What's that? The whole entire thing is cracking under the pressure? It's fine. We just won't tell anyone, okay? We're not going to tell anyone. Literally, we're not going to tell anyone. So if you ever felt sorry for Stockton Rush, well, I'm sorry you felt sorry for him. I sure the hell don't. This is something that never should have happened. He made it happen, though. Anyway, it's really good. Oh my god, yes, I completely forgot to mention that part in the video, but this man, Stockton Rush, he just kept firing people who were telling him, hey, you've got some serious safety issues. And then this man has the fucking audacity, the balls, to just say, hey, guess what, lady? You're the new pilot. She's like, huh? I'm an accountant. What do you mean, pilot? No training, nothing. Literally, she was the accountant. And he said, you're next in line. She's like, the fuck I am, and dipped out. This man was a monster. He just was. He's a fucking murderer. Other parts that I forgot to mention that I've seen in the comments, the fact that he referred to the cracking of the hull and those pops and stuff as seasoning the hull. What the fuck? And he tried to tell people, okay, so when we hear pops and cracks, that's the warning system. Yeah, no shit. I mean, it's warning us that we need to go up. It's already fucking too late. What kind of fucking fuck refers to a cracking hole on a submersible as seasoning? No, bitch, you pepper and salt your sub for seasoning. You don't crack the shit out of it to season it. Did he treat that goddamn submersible like a brand new fucking baseball glove? Oh, you gotta just tie some rubber bands around it and put it in the oven for 30 minutes or so. That'll make it nice and flexible. That's what the fuck he did, basically. That's the same thing.
oh, we need to break the shit out of this thing and then go down to the Titanic in it. But yeah, watching that one scene in particular where he's in the sub by himself and you hear all those pops and cracks, I was watching it on this really, a decent sound bar. It was really loud and it sounded like it was coming from like the walls of my house. And it's terrifying. I can imagine the 4 other people in that submersible when they probably definitely heard those pops and cracks. Don't even fucking try to tell me that they did not know what was coming. They knew. It's basically a certainty at this point that there was a bunch of pops and cracks that led up to the implosion. And especially for that 19-year-old kid, had to be fucking horrifying. Probably scared out of their minds before they were just instantly gone. I've seen a couple people say, oh, it's easy to judge when the person's dead. He killed 4 people. I don't give a fuck. He murdered 4 people. His name deserves to be dragged all over this planet. Anyway, okay. What if the Titanic never sank? What would life be like? Have you ever really thought about this? The whole, butterfly effect or whatever this is? So first of all, I watched the Titan Netflix documentary. And then I watched the Implosion documentary on Discovery Plus. And it really got me thinking. That motherfucking iceberg killed the 5 people in that submersible. It's the iceberg's fault. That's the real villain of the story. Because if the Titanic never hit that iceberg, if the Titanic... This is another worst death imaginable, so again, if you're claustrophobic, you may not want to listen to this story. On November 28, 2009, 25-year-old Larry Eli Mario Mancada got into an argument with his parents and stormed out of the house with no shoes, no socks, and it's believed he went to his work, which was the No Frills supermarket, and this was in the Council Bluffs area of Iowa.
Now, he was not scheduled to work there this night, but his employer said it was common for employees to go in and out of the store because it is a grocery store. But the thing is, after he entered the store, he was never seen again. That is until 2019, when a construction crew was in the store gutting the building, and they found something behind one of the coolers. Now, there's no pictures of the actual store's coolers when this all happened, but this is, I imagine what they're referring to is one of these things, or something like this. Behind the cooler, they found the decomposed body of Larry. They first confirmed this because the clothing the corpse had on matched the clothing he was last seen in. So they took DNA from Larry's parents, and it was a confirmed 100% match. So what happened? Was foul play involved? No. Again, this is not the exact one from the store, but apparently in his store, there above their cooler is that little kind of open space, right? Apparently people at this particular store would go up there and kind of go behind a wall for like a little extra break. So what they believe happened was Larry climbed up there, and then he slipped, and he fell into a crevice from behind the cooler to where, I guess, the products were stored. But there was a wall, so there was a very narrow 18-inch little passageway that he slipped in. And it was roughly a 12-foot fall, which would not have killed him, but he could have been injured. Now, the problem is even if he was screaming, the coolers were so loud that they probably never would have even noticed. These are the only images from the store itself that I could possibly find, but, I mean, these aren't really anything. His body showed no signs of foul play, so he was in that little 18-inch gap for God only knows how long before he actually died. And then he just essentially mummified over the years. I can't even imagine, oh God, I can't even imagine being stuck in that situation. I mean, you have like maybe what, this much in your head is like, you know, that's all the room you got. On message boards, I've seen that people actually complained about a horrific odor near the coolers. People said, hey, maybe the butcher's not cleaning up the dried blood, but they said, nope, it's perfectly clean. And I guess they never did anything about the smell. Unlike the guy in the cave, they were able to retrieve his body, and he was laid to rest in 2019.
This is a true crime case that does not sit right with me. None of them should sit right with you. None of them should sit right with you. If there are true crime cases out there that do sit right with you, what is your problem? Who's my favorite serial killer? None of them should be your favorite. If you have a list of favorite serial killers, you are a psychopath. What's your number one cold case that you want to see get solved? How about all of them? All of them? That's the only answer to that question. Sorry, Madeleine McCann. Sorry, John Benet Ramsey. I would rather see these cases get solved before yours. Because that's how it sounds. This is a case that keeps me up at night. Really. It keeps you up at night. Really. Can we maybe just go back to telling true crime stories respectfully as humanly possible, without ranking other people's tragedies? Maybe? Just a thought. Sorry. Not only did they die excruciating deaths, but afterwards, they would be forgotten. Hello, true crimerers. This is another Pride Month case, and it is the case of the Upstairs Lounge arson. Viewer discretion is advised. The Upstairs Lounge bar was a gay bar in New Orleans, Louisiana, and it was on the second floor of this building. It was always a very happening place, somewhere where members of the LGBTQ could go to just be themselves, not have to worry about anyone or anything judging them or telling them they're gonna go to hell. It was just a very positive environment. But sadly, one night that would all change. On the evening of June 24th, 1973, at approximately 7:50 p.m., someone would light a small fire in a staircase. It was essentially the entryway to the bar. Someone opens the door, and then a massive backdraft occurs. The fire essentially rushes in to the building, and within minutes, the bar is just in flames. One of the bar's managers said he thought he smelled the smell of gasoline.
or possibly lighter fluid. Right as the fire started, one of the workers at the bar grabbed about 25 of the patrons inside, brought them to the roof because there was access to get to the other building's roof, and then they could get out that way, because essentially the stairway out of the building is on fire. Inside the bar that evening was this gentleman, Reverend Bill Larson. He was a pastor at the Metropolitan Community Church, which was a pro-LGBTQ church. He managed to remove a giant air conditioning system from one of the windows. This allowed for a few more people to get out. But sadly, as he was trying to get out, the window pane slid down on top of him, and it pinned him in, and he would end up burning to death. Another pastor, George Mitchell, he had gone back in to save his partner, but unfortunately in that process, they both would end up dying. In the end, the fire lasted 16 minutes, and 32 people lost their lives. The majority of them members of the LGBTQ. No one was ever arrested or charged with the arson. Police really didn't bother investigating anything. The community, they were indifferent. They didn't have any, days of mourning for the victims. Not one politician said a single thing about it. Churches in the area refused to bury the dead because of their LGBTQ status. One loving pastor did hold services, and he was reprimanded for doing so. And to this day, the upstairs lounge arson is nothing but a faint memory.
She was found 40 years ago, and still nobody has identified her. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of the Vernon County Jane Doe. Viewer discretion is advised. It was May 4th, 1984. Here, on Old Line Road, just outside of the town of Westby, Wisconsin, 3 teenagers would stumble across a body found just dumped on the side of the road. The coroner would determine that this individual was a woman between the ages of 50 and 65. She had graying brown hair. She was approximately 5'5", about 150 pounds. She also had worn dentures. There were dentures found next to her body. These are all of the clothing items that she was wearing when she was found. They would determine that she died of, likely, blunt force trauma to her head. Based on witness statements, they determined she had only been there for a very short amount of time, but they have not publicly said when she exactly died. When they initially put all of this information out, they did get a lot of tips and a lot of people saying, this might be them, this might be this person, but ultimately none of those tips have ever panned out. This was a woman who was murdered and then just dumped like she was garbage. The Vernon County Sheriff's Department is asking for the public's help, even still to this day, 1, to identify her, and 2, to find out who did this to her. You can actually publicly see the morgue photo of her actual, face. I obviously can't show that here on TikTok. But even with that actual image of her face being very public, still nobody has said they know who she is. Based on pollen evidence they found on her body, they are speculating that she may have possibly come from either Arizona, maybe New Mexico. They have exhumed her body a couple of times over the years to get DNA and stuff like that. They have worked with the DNA Doe Project, and they are currently working with a forensic genealogy location, but still they have not announced, at least publicly, if they have gotten any further with this or if they've connected to any family. The genealogy thing and the Ancestry.com thing isn't always going to work. It still depends on many factors for that to actually come to a conclusion. But there is still hope that that can very much work here. She was somebody's family member. She could have been a mom. She may have been a grandma. She could have been an aunt. She may be a sister. She was a daughter to someone. It's unbelievable that nobody knows who she is, even still. If you have any information, please call the Vernon County Sheriff's Department at 608-637-2123. This is a photo of a man basically stealing the money of a dead man. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of William Billy McGrath. Viewer discretion is advised. William Edward McGrath, who would go by Billy to everyone, he was born on November 12, 1958 in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
But by the time this case occurs, he's actually living in my neck of the woods, Phoenix, Arizona. Billy would end up starting his own business as an interior designer, and also he did work remodeling homes, and he became a self-made millionaire pretty quickly. And from what I understand, Billy was openly gay, and he was just a really well-respected, good guy. But one day he met the wrong person, the person who would end up taking his life. The last time any of Billy's friends or family can recall speaking to him was on August 17th, 2009. Apparently at this time he was nervous or a little bit scared because I guess someone had attacked him in recent years, like physically, and that person ended up going to prison, but then on the August 17th, 2009 day, I guess that person was being paroled. And so he told his friends and family, I'm going to buy, a gun and I'm having all the locks in my house changed. By August 19th, 2009, nobody had heard from Billy in about 2 days. A family member of Billy's would say that he got an email around like August 19th, August 20th or so, allegedly coming from Billy saying he is done with Phoenix and he's moving away. And he'll contact family once he's settled in wherever he's going. It didn't sound like Billy. On August 26, 2009, Billy's financial advisor received a voicemail from a man claiming to be Billy. Basically, it was Billy, or someone posing as Billy, saying he needed to reschedule an upcoming appointment. But the financial advisor was like, I don't know who that was, but that wasn't Billy. So on August 27, 2009, the financial advisor contacts the police. Police go to his Phoenix home and they do a very cursory check around the house, but they noticed nothing unusual, and so they couldn't just enter the home. Next, they began looking into Billy's financials. They noticed at least 3 pretty substantial withdrawals from his account, and these were all in the form of a check. The first check had cleared on August 18th. That check was written out to a locksmith. It was signed by Billy, and they confirmed with the signature that he, in fact, did sign that check. And they knew the one given to the locksmith was legitimate. They confirmed he had his locks changed. But then there are 2 other checks, both written out to a man named Brad Talker. When looking at the signature that supposedly Billy's on those checks, they realized that's not his signature. So his bank account is then put on a freeze. One of the checks was for $12,000, the other one was for $4,000. This is an image of the man, Brad Talker, depositing those checks from Billy's account into his bank account. They would find out that Brad Talker had been employed by Billy because he was helping Billy renovate his home. They discovered that Billy and Brad met on a male gay dating site, and then eventually became, friends he would help do work around the house. They also found a $9,000 transfer from Billy's bank account to Brad Talker's mom's account. His mom at that time was in a care facility, and they were falling behind on mortgage payments. Police then get a warrant to search Billy McGrath's home. And as they're searching, they don't really see anything completely unusual. Everything is apparently neat, everything is where it should be. But it also told them that Billy did not leave on his own, because his closet was full of his clothes. He had no bags were packed. All of his luggage was at the house. His glasses and his toothbrush, toothpaste, that kind of thing were all in the bathroom. Billy would keep his cigarettes in the freezer, I guess, and they found his cigarettes in the freezer. So they knew Billy did not leave willingly. When they started to use luminol, however, inside the house, they did find traces of blood that had been cleaned up. And so now they believe that Billy was murdered. No one had heard from him. No one had seen him. Other than the transfers that Brad Talker made, there were no other moves made with his bank account. His social security number has never been used. They know he's dead. Bradley Talker is then arrested in October of 2009 and charged with murder, along with fraud charges. In March of 2011, Brad Talker was found guilty of the first-degree murder of Billy McGrath, and it's believed that he must have worked out some kind of deal with the prosecution for a more lenient sentence, and he ended up telling police where Billy's body was. Billy's remains were found underneath the kitchen of the home previously owned by Bradley's mother. He told police that's where he was, and that is where they found him. And he was buried probably 4 or 5 feet underneath the kitchen floor. And so at least his family got to bring him home and lay him to rest properly. Bradley Talker was then sentenced to life in prison without parole. I'm guessing the lenient sentence was him not maybe getting the death penalty, I'm not sure. But he's never getting out of prison. And Billy McGrath got the justice he very rightfully deserved. Worst deaths imaginable, number 8. Viewer discretion is advised. And this is a trigger warning for anyone who has a fear of heights. Let's go. This was 26-year-old Wu Yongning. He called himself China's first rooftopper. Roof topping is when someone climbs onto a roof to a crane, unsecured with no safety gear. Basically anything super high. This action is considered illegal in most places, so of course, do not try any of it at home or away from home. Yang Ning was a viral superstar in China. He would post his videos on a Chinese social media place called Weibo, and these are incredibly daring climbs. Now, I don't have like the biggest fear of heights, but seeing the images of the stunts he performed, it's no. He literally like clings on to the sides of buildings, again with no safety wires. He climbs atop these giant like antennas and just is hanging on to it, and he has a selfie stick taking pictures. Now, one would think that he would have to assume the risk of this sort of endeavor, so he had to know that something like this could have been a possibility. He never had an unsuccessful roof-topping experience. You know, he would hang on to the sides of these buildings with, you know, just hundreds of feet of just air beneath him, where one wrong move, one wrong lift of the finger, one wrong step, gone forever. Wu got a lot of money for this. His fans donated, tons of money. He was planning to use that money to help take care of his sick mother and also pay for his future wedding, which he was about to propose to his girlfriend the day after this particular incident. Which, on November 8th, 2018, Wu Yangning would take an elevator up most of the Huaiyan International Center building, which was in Changsha in China. I'm sorry if I said all these names wrong. With the remaining 20 floors to go, he literally scaled the building, freeform. And his plan, which, again, do not try this, was to climb over the edge of the building, which he was seen wiping the edge of the building for like several minutes to make sure it was, dry and no dampness. And then from there, he would do pull-ups. Almost immediately when he scaled over, he lost his grip. He managed to get his hand back up on the edge of the building, but then he lost his grip again. And this time it was too late for him to grab the edge. He would fall roughly 50 feet to a cement landing beneath him, where he would die on impact. Time-wise, it would have been a very short fall, but I'm sure it felt like days, with fear consuming his entire body. To make matters worse, this was recorded, and it was seen by 15 million people in China.
This is one of the most god-awful cases I have ever heard in my life. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of the Zhang children. Viewer discretion is advised. This is obviously a case about kids. This case occurred here in Chongqing, which is located in China. I'm sorry if I'm saying these names incorrectly. This is Zhang Bo, and this is his girlfriend, Yi Chongchen. Zhang Bo was actually married, and so he was having an affair. When she found out that he was married, she made him get a divorce from his wife, which he did. But there was one other problem in their way. Obstacles, they called it. These were their obstacles. 2-year-old and a 1-year-old. They were Zhang Bo's children, and he wanted to be with this new woman, did not want to have to deal with co-parenting, did not want to have to deal with, I don't know what. They called the kids a burden on their future. She repeatedly asked him to get rid of the kids permanently. She threatened to leave him if he didn't murder the 2 kids. And he does it. They lived here in this building, and they lived on the 15th floor. Again, just a warning, this is about kids. It was a November day in 2020. The 2 children were just playing in the apartment with their dad and his girlfriend, just being kids, playing with toys, and not causing any trouble. And in the middle of this happy, innocent time, they picked up the older one, the 2-year-old, and they just threw her off the balcony. Just threw her. 15 stories up, just threw her off. The 1-year-old really doesn't really understand what's going on, and they pick him up and they throw him over too. They throw a 1-year-old child over the balcony, and they both land 15 stories below. They land in a bushy, grassy area. The 2-year-old girl died instantly. The 1-year-old did not. This 1-year-old child was still alive when rescue arrived, feeling God only knows what kind of pain. For what?
For what, you may ask? Turns out for nothing, because they were caught pretty much immediately. It wasn't hard to figure this one out. So they did this horrific, horrible, monstrous thing to 2 kids just to go to jail. They didn't get what they wanted. I can't imagine what a 2-year-old girl was thinking. She was just suddenly thrown from a building. This is the mother, the biological mother of the 2 children, who was completely devastated and heartbroken. It sounds like they were, as they were trying to go through this divorce, they were kind of going back and forth with having the kids. Her, now ex-husband wasn't showing any signs that he was going to be violent towards the kids. And so this was just a complete unexpected nightmare for her. She gets mail from her ex-husband, the guy who murdered her 2 kids, apologizing and saying, "Please forgive me." No. Both of them are convicted of murdering the 2 kids, and they're both sentenced to death. Personally, you should have thrown them off the same balcony. Courts would say that the couple was extremely malicious, they are cruel, and death was the only possible outcome here for them. After appeals and going up to the Supreme Court there in China, their execution was upheld, and in January of 2024, the couple was executed. These 2 innocent children should still be here. They died for absolutely nothing. I hope the 2 people that did this to them are rotting and burning in hell.